Chapter 123. Chu Tian was like a travel-worn traveler as he walked into the city. Central State City streets were several times wider than South Sky Cities, and each street was split into two, one big and one small. One was for beast carts and the other was for people. Beast carts came and went on the streets and it did not seem to be congested at all. Central State City is truly extraordinary. Chu Tian looked around. On the streets of Central State City, there were all kinds of shops, dojos, and training halls. The streets were filled with cultivators and they were all dressed very well. Each person belonged to a different family. The color of their clothes, their family's totem, and etc. The flags were very clear and eye-catching. It was easy to tell which family or power a person belonged to with a single glance. Chu Tian was dressed like a rogue cultivator, and this kind of person was not liked by others. In this day and age, if one did not have any power, one could not do anything. What kind of future could a rogue cultivator have? Chu Tian did not care about the strange gazes of the passers-by. He continued to aimlessly stroll around, enjoying the bustling scenery of Central State City. Central State City had a well-known Central State Academy. It had tens of thousands of students and could be considered a medium-sized sect. Because of this, Central State City not only had a luxurious business atmosphere, it also had a strong academic atmosphere. No matter where one went, one could see dojos and training halls. Speaking of Central State Academy, Chu Tian thought of Nangong Yun. She had been here for a while, so she should be doing quite well. It wasn't that Chu Tian did not think of going to Central State Academy to find Nangong Yun, but Central State Academy was very big and Chu Tian did not know where to look. If he went to ask around, it would be hard to guarantee that his identity would not be leaked. He would wait for a bit. There was no need to rush. While Chu Tian was walking on the street, he suddenly heard a few low roars behind him. 8 horsemen riding ferocious giant tigers were fiercely rushing towards him. They drove away all the carriages that were passing by, and used their long whips to beat the peddlers and servants, forcibly opening up a wide road. Scram! All of you scram! The heavenly sword young master has arrived. All unrelated people scram. The knight's ferocious appearance had originally aroused the dissatisfaction of the people, but when they heard that it was the heavenly sword young master, they were all scared to retreat, not even daring to complain. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and said to himself, "Heavenly sword young master?" It was that Chu Xinghe. This fellow is too overbearing. The little fox also nodded. It was rare for it to agree with its master. What do you know? Who is the heavenly sword young master? He's the #1 genius of the Central State. This is the face of our Central State City and the pride of Central State City. If you dare speak carelessly, be careful of your life. Several passers-by began to reprimand Chu Tian, as if belittling the heavenly sword young master was the same as belittling Central State City. This made Chu Tian feel very uncomfortable. Who was he, Chu Xinghe, to represent a city? At this moment. Go. Higher. Higher. 3 rows of silver-robed Chu clan swordsmen galloped over. Every single Chu clan swordsman was dressed exactly the same, and they were all mounted on azure jade dragon scale colts. This was an extremely powerful warhorse, 2 meters tall, with a body as hard as metal and stone. It could travel 10,000 miles in a single day, and it also possessed the battle prowess of the peak of the 9th layer of body refinement. 3 rows of knights, each row had 8, for a total of 24. Each one of them had an incomparably strong aura. There were already people in the crowd that cried out, 24 heavenly sword guard. Each one of them has a strength at the 2nd awakened soul layer and has an ancient cultivation technique passed down by the heavenly sword young master. They follow the heavenly sword young master all year round and sweep in all directions. They are the most loyal guards of the heavenly sword young master and the strongest protectors of the Central State Chu family. This is the power of the heavenly sword young master. He really is worthy of being the heavenly sword young master. The rogue cultivators were all shocked when they saw this. The guards were all at the 2nd awakened soul layer and there were a total of 24 of them. They were all fierce-looking and it was clear they cultivated a special cultivation technique. Their battle strength was much stronger than normal 2nd awakened soul layer cultivators. The heavenly sword young master was truly terrifying. After the 24 celestial sword guards passed by, there were a few rows of magnificent and solemn guards of honor. The horses they chose were all majestic and beautiful white jade war horses, which were 3 feet taller than ordinary horses. Over 100 cavalrymen with golden spears in their hands were sitting on the huge white jade war horses, escorting a beast carriage in a majestic manner as it slowly drove over. What kind of beast carriage was this? His entire body was golden, radiating light in all directions. The moment he appeared, everyone present felt their minds tremble violently. It was as if they had seen an ancient god slowly rising from the end of the earth. That majestic and domineering aura was like a king inspecting his own territory. The boundless pressure was like a tsunami that covered the sky and covered the earth, making everyone feel so insignificant. Roar! Roar! The golden beast carriage was pulled by 2 giant creatures. These creatures had the 4 limbs of tigers and the body of a flood dragon. They were majestic and dignified, with an incomparably strong aura that made it hard for people to look at them. Tiger flood dragon, an ancient species, tiger flood dragon. The rogue cultivators that saw the heavenly sword young master for the first time were all excited, almost wanting to bow down. The tiger flood dragon was an ancient species that had the bloodline of a flood dragon. Its strength was terrifying and tyrannical. Just these 2 tiger flood dragons pulling the carriage had already reached the triple awakened soul realm, and there was still a lot of room for growth. The moment the tiger flood dragon golden carriage passed through the streets, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone felt a stabbing pain in their bodies, like a majestic mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. Greetings to the heavenly sword young master. Greetings to the heavenly sword young master. In front of this strong pressure, everyone unconsciously knelt down. This scene was like a noble going out on a journey. Chu Tian felt the aura coming from the tiger flood dragon golden carriage, and his brows slightly turned serious. Whether it was this powerful golden carriage or these 2 majestic tiger flood dragons, they were not things that Central State City should have. There was only one possibility. Chu Xinghe had obtained some kind of ancient inheritance, and these were all inherited items. He never thought that he would have such luck. It would be hard for such a person not to be strong. There were 2 bodyguards on the left and right of the tiger flood dragon golden carriage. One of them was a person dressed like a scholar and the other was a one-eyed burly man. The person dressed like a scholar was none other than the life-snatching scholar who had lost to Chu Tian not long ago, Chu Tongwen. Everyone present knelt down because of the heavenly sword young master's pressure. Only Chu Tian was still standing straight, so Chu Tian was very eye-catching. Chu Tongwen looked over and instantly saw him. His expression instantly changed. It's him. Wasn't this the Lu Ren he met not long ago? But for some reason, after not seeing him for a few days, he had become younger. A cold and arrogant voice came from the golden carriage. This brat can block my pressure without kneeling. It seems like he has some skills. Does Mr. Tongwen know him? Chu Tongwen hesitated for a few seconds and did not say the truth because of his face. He has offended me before, but we don't have much of a relationship. Ha, 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 ha. The one-eyed man suddenly laughed. Since he has offended old brother Tongwen, how can we let him stand in Central State City alive? Let me, Chu Batian, take his little life for old brother Tongwen. Chu Tongwen's expression changed. He wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. The one-eyed man stomped on the ground and teleported from the side of the golden carriage, appearing directly above Chu Tian. Large amounts of runes condensed on his right fist as he wildly laughed. Brat, your luck is very bad. Die for me. There was no reason. There was no fear. Just because Chu Tian did not kneel after seeing the heavenly sword young master's carriage, the one-eyed man wanted to kill Chu Tian on the street, wanting to take Chu Tian's life on the spot. This fist was like a giant mountain pressing down on him. The one-eyed man did not care about the lives of the bystanders. Chu Tian's expression slightly changed. The one-eyed man had a triple awakened soul strength, so it was not easy for Chu Tian to deal with him. He could only condense the starlight immortal body's power and forcefully block this attack. That terrifying strength pushed Chu Tian back several feet, and the surrounding people all spat out blood from their internal injuries. The starlight around Chu Tian's body cracked and he almost exploded on the spot. This large man had such a strong destructive might. This fellow should not have used his full strength. Chu Batian revealed a surprised expression. A trivial first awakened soul layer cultivator can block 50% of my strength, but you won't be so lucky with this fist. Batian, come back. Chu Batian was prepared to shatter the other side's defenses, but a voice came from the Tiger Dragon Gold carriage. Chu Batian was a bit stunned and could only obediently retreat. The Tiger Dragon Gold carriage slowly moved forward. When it passed by Chu Tian, a voice came from inside. Young man, your talent is not bad, it would be a pity if you died here. Pledge your loyalty to me and become my servant. I can personally guide you in your cultivation. Become your servant. And guide me in my cultivation. Chu Tian had lived 2 lifetimes. This was the first time someone had said they would guide him in his cultivation. Chu Tian gave a cold smile and said word by word, "This, old man, is not rare." Silence. The scene was completely silent. Everyone's expression changed. The Heavenly Sword young master Chu Xinghe had personally recruited him and even said he would guide him. What kind of honor was this? Chu Xinghe was the only person in Central State City that had the chance to become a royal noble in the future. How many awakened soul cultivators wanted to follow him even in their dreams? This nameless youth, this nameless rogue cultivator, in front of everyone, with an extremely disdainful attitude, he had rejected the Heavenly Sword young master's invitation. This was slapping the Heavenly Sword young master's face. As expected. From the Tiger Dragon Gold carriage, a terrifying aura suddenly filled the air, making everyone feel a suffocating pressure. That voice became cold and terrifying. This really is the stupidest choice. Why? Chu Tian faced this tsunami-like aura, but he still did not move. Your Excellency has no virtue, I disdain to be with you. This one's bones are hard, I cannot bend my back. Your Excellency has no virtue, I disdain to be with you. This one's bones are hard, I cannot bend my back. These words were like pieces of golden bricks that smashed heavily on the ground, shattering the sturdy floorboards and emitting an earth-shattering boom. The thousands of soldiers kneeling on the ground all had a look of horror on their faces. What kind of character was this? What kind of courage was this? Even when facing a heaven's pride like the Heavenly Sword young master, this youth was still not willing to put down his dignity. Did he ever think about the consequences of his actions? Dignity, was it really more important than his life? Chapter 124. Chu Tongwen and Chu Batian both revealed a look of shock. The two of them were not from the Chu family, but rather from the common folk. Whether it was because they feared the Heavenly Sword young master's strength, or because they respected the Heavenly Sword young master's fame, or because they chose their masters, they chose to abandon their surnames and became the Heavenly Sword young master Chu Xinghe's subordinates. The Heavenly Sword young master's peerless style was something that no one in Central State could look up to. No matter who it was, they would feel inferior when they saw this kind of person. What kind of confident person was this? What kind of arrogance was this? Only they could resist the Heavenly Sword young master's peerless glory. The two of them were the Heavenly Sword young master's people. Chu Tongwen even had a grudge with Chu Tian, but in this short moment, they looked at this nameless youth in a new light and even felt a sense of admiration. Because what they could not do, this youth had done it. But that was it. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. From today onwards, this youth would no longer exist in this world. No matter how outstanding he was, it would be useless. Chu Xinghe's voice was very calm, like a king interrogating a commoner. It was filled with an irresistible majesty. Everyone in Central State City knows what the result of offending this young master is. You seem to be very confident, so this young master will give you a chance. These words were like a reward. I will only use 1/ and I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as you. The Heavenly Sword young master Chu Xinghe's voice was ethereal and bright, just like a spiritual god. It was as if the wind and clouds were stirred. If you can block this sword and not die, then you have the qualifications to continue living. Otherwise, you will forever disappear from this world. When everyone heard this, they all pitied this youth. Because when the Heavenly Sword young master said these words, this youth was already a dead man. The Heavenly Sword young master had a very famous name. That was 1/ to kill Chu Xinghe. It was said that at the same level and realm, no one had ever been able to block his sword. Even the other 3 young masters were no exception. The heavenly sword young master's strength had already surpassed everyone's imagination. Even famous figures like Chu Tongwen and Chu Batian were defeated by Chu Xinghe with a single sword strike. From then on, they were willing to serve Chu Xinghe. This sword was the Nether King's invitation. A smile appeared on Chu Tian's face. You seem to be very confident that you can kill me with 1 strike. Then, I'll play with you. Let's not talk about 1 strike. 2 strikes, or even 3 strikes. How about that? The central continent city citizens were all speechless. He was really a newborn calf that was not afraid of the tiger. He was already at death's door, yet he was still so stubborn. Even if the heavenly sword young master suppressed his strength to the first awakened soul layer, his full strength slash was enough to kill a triple awakened soul. His strength had already surpassed common sense. Chu Xinghe's cold voice rang out, "Are you ready?" Chu Tian grinned. "Why do you need to prepare? Just bring it on." In that instant, the air in all 4 directions surged and a strong aura began to condense. This pressure was very strong. Not to mention a normal first awakened soul layer cultivator, if they were to face this terrifying pressure, they would freeze on the spot and lose their ability to fight. At this time, golden spirit energy soared into the sky. A fierce 4-clawed flood dragon appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The flood dragon's body was covered in golden scales and each scale was covered in runes. It was filled with a deep and vast divine might. After circling around the golden carriage a few times, suddenly, "Soul Sword Secret Art." A vigorous and forceful voice rang out from within the golden chariot. At the same time, a golden sword soared into the sky. The flood dragon abruptly chased after it and drilled its head into the golden sword, becoming one with the sword. The light that suddenly erupted was like a sun that illuminated the earth. It appeared. The golden flood dragon sword. The legendary heavenly sword young master's source spirit. The strongest sword source spirit that the Central State Chu family had in the last several hundred years. This golden flood dragon sword, not only did it have an unparalleled destructive might, it also contained the might of a flood dragon. Wherever the sword pointed, it would be invincible. Heaven-cutting art. The strongest move of the Central State Chu family's soul sword secret art. Chu Xinghe's strength was much stronger than people imagined. His soul sword secret art had not only been mastered, it had already reached the large success realm. It had even reached the perfection realm. Once the heaven-cutting style was used, the golden flood dragon sword seemed to have the power to split the heavens and earth. The fierce momentum was condensed to its peak in a short period of time, leaving a deep sword mark on the road. It instantly arrived in front of Chu Tian. Up, down, left, right. All the space was sealed. It made it impossible for Chu Tian to dodge this slash. Chu Tian's body was covered in a glass like starlight. He pulled out the netherworld sword from his back, and on the blade that was like ice, large amounts of runes lit up and blue and white flames covered it. Starlight glass body. The netherworld flame sword appeared in his hand. Chu Tian did not plan on dodging at all. Even if he was facing a strong pressure, he still fearlessly took a step forward. He brandished the flaming sword and heavily collided with this attack. Peng! The netherworld sword had the effect of absorbing energy and the netherworld flame had the effect of burning energy. Both of them could effectively weaken the opponent's attack. However, Chu Xinghe's slash was too strong. The power that was released in an instant completely surpassed the limit of what he could bear. Countless sword chi sprayed out, turning into tens of thousands of sharp needles. They rained down on Chu Tian's body like a storm. His starlight glass body, which was originally extremely sturdy, was instantly riddled with holes. It kept shattering. Chu Tian gave a loud roar. Spirit energy continued to pour out from his body as he used all his strength to activate the netherworld sword. He used all his strength to dissolve the golden flood dragon sword's power, and he used all his strength to repair the starlight immortal body, blocking the terrifying power of this slash. Scram for father. Chu Tian's wild netherworld sword slash sent the golden flood dragon sword flying. It circled in the air before flying back into the golden carriage. Chu Tian used the sword to support his body and his breathing became a bit rushed. His clothes were completely torn and there were at least several hundred small wounds on his body. Blood dyed half of his body red in the blink of an eye. Even so, he was still standing and did not fall down. Even if he was heavily injured, he would still break Chu Xinghe's sword. Everyone was shocked. The young man had really blocked Chu Xinghe's slash. He did not even take half a step back and was still standing in the same place. The legend of the heavenly sword young master's one/kill. It had actually been broken by a normal-looking young man. This was enough to shake Central State City. Chu Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and broke out in laughter. Heavenly sword young master Chu Xinghe? Even if you have the large success cultivation technique, you are still only this strong. What are you so arrogant about? What qualifications do you have to make me your servant? Chu Batian flew into a rage. I'll go kill him. Forget it. Chu Xinghe's voice came from the golden carriage. This young master will keep his words. Since you can block my slash, I'll let you live this time. This young master has been unrivaled in the same generation for too long. I need 1 or 2 decent opponents. You have a lot of potential. If you die now, it's too much of a pity. I'll wait for you to grow up and challenge me again. At that time, I'll openly kill you. Chu Batian stared at Chu Tian and said, Brat, consider yourself lucky. Chu Xinghe said in a low voice, let's go. The heavenly sword young master's group gradually went far away. Everyone slowly gasped for breath. Each person's face was filled with shock. What happened here today? It would take at most 2-3 days for the news to spread across Central State. Chu Tian turned and walked into the crowd. Netherworld flickering flame. He could not stay here for long. Chu Tian instantly used his sword art and quickly entered the Netherworld, disappearing from the crowd. The nameless youth had blocked the heavenly sword young master's slash. The legend of killing with one slash had been destroyed. Everyone began to discuss. What is the background of this youth? He can actually block the heavenly sword young master. No. It's not as simple as blocking. The heavenly sword young master suppressed his cultivation to the same realm, but the heavenly sword young master's cultivation technique has already reached the large success realm. This youth is only at the small success realm. How can the two be compared? With this, everyone was shocked. Even if their cultivation was the same, the heavenly sword young master's cultivation technique had the advantage. This soul sword secret art was known as the strongest attack cultivation technique in Central State, and the heavenly sword young master had cultivated it to the large success realm. How could the two be compared? What do you know? The heavenly sword young master only underestimated his opponent, otherwise this brat would have died several times already. The heavenly sword young master is a member of the Chu family. He has obtained an ancient sword cultivation technique. The truly powerful cultivation technique is not the soul sword secret art, but rather the inherited sword art. The heavenly sword young master did not use his finishing move, so the heavenly sword young master did not use his full strength. Even so, a casual slash could seriously injure him. Who is strong and who is weak can be seen with a single glance. A portion of the people who worshipped the heavenly sword young master immediately began to refute. These people were very reasonable. The heavenly sword young master was not a normal Chu family swordsman successor. He had obtained an ancient sword cultivation inheritance, so his true strength was not limited to this. Wrong. You're all wrong. In the entire battle, you've all ignored the most important point. The heavenly sword young master has already released his source spirit, but what about that youth? In the entire process, he did not release his source spirit. With this, everyone turned silent. That's right, the youth did not release his source spirit at all. When they thought of this detail, everyone was so scared that they almost peed themselves. A person who did not release his source spirit actually blocked the heavenly sword young master's powerful slash? How was this possible? When a cultivator used their source spirit and didn't use their source spirit, the difference in battle strength was several times. The stronger the source spirit, the stronger the amplification. Even if that youth's source spirit was above average, it was enough to double his strength. If it was like this, he could completely block the heavenly sword young master's attack without being injured. Why? Why did he not use his source spirit? Everyone had no choice but to accept this shocking reality. This was a heaven-defying youth. Who was he and where did he come from? In Central State City, everyone began to ask around. However, in the entire Central State City, there was no news of this youth and no one knew who this youth was. Ever since he fought with the heavenly sword young master, this miraculous person seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Chapter 125. Creating a sensation on the first day. This was not something Chu Tian wanted to happen. If his identity was exposed, he would lose this opportunity. It was a good thing Chu Tian did not use his source spirit. Just based on his abilities and characteristics, they could not lock onto Chu Tian's true identity. Of course, in order to not expose his identity in a short period of time, Chu Tian had paid a large price. That Chu Xinghe looked like he was proud of himself, but he was actually a cold and treacherous person. Chu Xinghe kept his promise and let the young man go. He even pretended to be magnanimous and let Chu Tian become stronger before challenging him, showing the heavenly sword young master's arrogant side in front of everyone. Actually, Chu Xinghe had let the young man go for a reason. That slash had condensed thousands of sword qi into needles and pierced into the young man's body. It was enough to destroy his meridians, and even if he didn't die, he would become a cripple. Chu Xinghe was confident in his own methods. He believed that the young man would become a cripple. So he pretended to be magnanimous and left. Chu Xinghe had miscalculated. Chu Tian's netherworld flame sword was a combination of attack and defense, negating most of the power. The starlight glass body's strong defense also reduced most of the power, so the sword qi was not even a tenth of its original strength. Chu Tian had tempered his meridians with the power of the stars for a long time, making his meridians very strong. It also had a high regeneration ability, so although it was a bit injured, it would not be destroyed. But it had to be said. This fellow really did have some skills. Even if Chu Tian hid his source spirit, did Chu Xinghe use his full strength? With Chu Tian's current strength, even if he used his full strength, his chances of winning were very low. Not to mention that they were in the same cultivation base, but Chu Xinghe's cultivation base was already at the peak fourth awakened soul layer. The Chu family. Chu Xinghe. Just wait and see. Even if it wasn't for the blood feud and shame of the original owner. Based on what you've done to me today, I'm going to vent my anger. Chu Tian was not a narrow-minded person, but he was also not a person who would suffer losses. Forgiveness was also different from person to person. Being severely injured by Chu Xinghe today was an insult to Chu Tian. Therefore, sooner or later, he would get his revenge and humiliate the Chu family. He just needed to give Chu Tian a chance. Chu Tian also understood the difference in strength. He could only endure for a while and wait for an opportunity. When his strength and influence grew, he would find an opportunity to get back at them. Let's go to the Zhengzhou city market and see if there's anything useful. Chu Tian changed into a clean set of clothes and put on a bamboo hat to cover his face. He stuffed the little fox into his clothes and left the small hotel where he was temporarily staying. Chu Tian was currently weaker than Chu Xinghe. The main reason was because his cultivation technique was lacking. The starlight immortal body was mysterious and strong, but for Chu Tian, he was more interested in its effects in building his foundation. In the future, when he became stronger, this cultivation technique would be replaced by a stronger cultivation technique. Netherworld Flame Sword was the same. Chu Tian was limited by his current situation and couldn't find top-grade cultivation materials, so he couldn't practice a top-grade cultivation technique. The Netherworld Flame Sword had both offensive and defensive abilities, so it was the most suitable cultivation technique for Chu Tian right now. However, his cultivation was too low. Chu Tian urgently needed cultivation materials to increase his cultivation technique's realm. If he increased his cultivation realm with either of them, he would have the confidence to fight against Chu Xinghe at the same level. If he could increase his cultivation realm with both of them, Chu Tian would have the confidence to win against someone in the same realm. Central State City. There was a place called the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. This was the largest trading platform in the main city. The Treasure Gathering Pavilion did not belong to any family, but rather it was a large platform created by various large families. It contained several different kinds of heaven and earth treasures, with various large mercenary groups and families providing precious goods for sale. This was the first time Chu Tian had arrived. The treasure-gathering pavilion was a good place to go. The treasure-gathering pavilion looked like an octagonal palace. It was made from white jade, giving off a noble and imposing aura. There were 8 entrances and it was heavily guarded. This was the high-quality route. There weren't many goods, but the cheapest and lowest quality goods cost several tens of thousands of gold coins. It was enough to make an awakened soul cultivator find it hard to bear. When Chu Tian arrived at the center of the treasure-gathering pavilion, the goods displayed here shocked him. 1,000-year-old dragon bloodgrass, sold for 1.5 million gold coins. The dragon bloodgrass was a level 2 elixir. It only needed to grow to become an elixir. This dragon bloodgrass had been appraised and was around 2,550 years old. It had the quality of a saint grade herb, becoming a half-step saint grade herb. Although it had not become a true saint grade herb, its price was still several times higher than an elixir. This herb being sold for a high price of 1 or 2 million gold coins was not expensive at all. Chu Tian looked around as he walked. The goods here were easily sold for millions of gold coins. There was no lack of things that were useful to Chu Tian, but the money he had on him had other uses. Unless he met something that would help him a lot, otherwise Chu Tian would not easily buy it. The crowd in front of him suddenly became noisy. Out of the way! Everyone out of the way! 100 or 200 guards kept the crowd at bay. 5 or 6 old men in white robes were leading the way, using a cart made of gold to slowly push a product covered in red cloth to the center of the treasure-gathering pavilion, stopping in front of a huge diamond display cabinet. Open the restriction. The old men began to chant at the same time. The diamond display case was opened and several people placed the item inside, suddenly lifting the red cloth covering it. When everyone saw this item, they all stared with wide eyes. It was a huge, black rock with a diameter of about 3 meters. It was as black as ink and was made of volcanic glass, with a jumping green flame sealed within it. Yi! Elemental source stone? There were quite a few treasures in the treasure-gathering pavilion, but when he saw this item, Chu Tian couldn't help being shocked. This world was filled with all sorts of colors and there was a strange life form called an elemental life form. Elemental life forms were different from flesh and blood life forms. Their bodies were made of pure energy, so their way of living, reproduction, and habits were all different from normal life forms. The elemental race did not have a difference in gender. Because of this, their method of reproduction was very strange. They divided their bodies and placed them in a safe container. This separated part did not have any consciousness, but after a long period of breeding, it would awaken a new consciousness, giving birth to a new elemental life form. The giant stone in front of Chu Tian seemed to be an elemental life form stone. This energy was dark, so it was most likely an elemental demon's descendant. This kind of thing mostly existed in the core world. It was rarely seen on the surface. He didn't know where Central State City found this one. At this time, the Netherworld sword began to violently tremble. The pure energy contained in the stone caused the Netherworld sword to resonate. Chu Tian instantly understood. This elemental source could nourish the Netherworld ghost flame and could restore the Netherworld sword's power. It was definitely enough to raise Chu Tian's Netherworld flame sword to the next level. This really was a good thing. Chu Tian had a bit of interest, but when he saw the price, it was like someone had poured a bucket of cold water on him. 5 million gold coins. Actually, this price was not high for an elemental source, but for the current Chu Tian, where could he find 350 gold coins? Damn. It was hard to find a treasure that could increase his strength and cultivation base, but he could only look at it without being able to buy it. This made Chu Tian very unwilling. 350 million gold coins was not a small amount. Chu Tian was confident that he could get his hands on it. The only thing that Chu Tian was worried about was that before he could raise the money, this thing would be bought by someone else. 350 million gold coins. It's just a broken stone. This is simply extortion. The surrounding people began to discuss this. There weren't many, but most of them were filled with surprise and complaints. There weren't many people who were interested in this thing. The elemental source itself did not have a high value and they didn't know what use it had, so most people were not interested in it. After discussing it for a while, they all dispersed. According to the rules, this kind of precious thing, if it couldn't be sold in a month, it would be taken back by the seller or it would be sold at a low price in an auction house. There was still hope. Chu Tian made his decision. He had to earn 35 million gold coins in the shortest amount of time and buy this thing. The treasure-gathering pavilion did not lack materials, but they were all very expensive. Chu Tian finally understood that this amount of money could not do anything in Central State City. Miracle commerce was developing very quickly. But it was not fast enough. If Chu Tian wanted to become stronger, he needed more money and resources. But at this time, a very special product immediately caught Chu Tian's attention. It was a large white jade-like bug that was half the size of a palm. Jade Spirit Silkworm. Jade Spirit Silkworm, born as a silkworm and died as a jade. This was a very precious and useful level 2 elixir. Spirit silkworms were creatures that ate herbs, so their bodies contained a lot of spiritual energy. When the spirit silkworm died and turned into a piece of jade, the spiritual energy would not be lost. Instead, it would be completely preserved and become a level 2 elixir that was very suitable for alchemy. This thing could directly increase one's cultivation. It would be a great help to Chu Tian. Chu Tian quickly walked over and asked, "How much is this jade spirit silkworm?" 200,000 gold coins. A young salesgirl saw Chu Tian dressed as a rogue cultivator and her eyes flashed with a trace of contempt. She emphasized, "The treasure-gathering pavilion does not bargain." This price was not too expensive for a level 2 elixir. 200,000 gold coins to a normal cultivator was a large sum of money, but it was nothing to Chu Tian. Chu Tian took out a stack of gold coin cards. Right when he was about to pay. "Wait." A voice suddenly came from behind him, "I want this jade spirit silkworm." A young man directly treated Chu Tian as heir. He walked in front of the jade spirit silkworm and pointed at the treasure as he said, "Wrap it up for me. I'm in a hurry." When the salesgirl saw the other person's clothes and badge, her eyes slightly moved. She immediately became very enthusiastic. "So it was young Master Tong, please wait a moment. I'll wrap it up for you." Chapter 126. This was a young man with a noble aura and behind him was a little girl. This little girl looked like she was carved from jade and was only 13 or 14 years old. Her eyes were evasive as if there was a trace of guilt. Chu Tian frowned, "I clearly bought it first, why should I sell it to him? Did you pay?" The shop assistant looked at the card in Chu Tian's hand with contempt, revealing a disdainful look, "Since you didn't pay then it's not considered a transaction. According to what you said, he didn't pay either." The shop assistant was a bit impatient. "Young Master Tong's reputation is worth 1,000,000, can you compare? Where did this nameless brat come from?" The young man said with a face full of ridicule, "Scram before I make a move. Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You don't know what kind of turtle crawled in the ditch. You don't deserve to steal from me." The little girl quickly pulled the young man's clothes and said with a mosquito-like voice, "Big brother, forget it. This time it's our fault. What are you afraid of? He's just a rogue cultivator. Although our family isn't a big clan, but pinching a rogue cultivator to death is as easy as turning our hand. Since some people don't want face and don't know what's good for them, then why should we give him face? You're about to piss me off." Chu Tian laughed and said, "This isn't rational." The young man raised his eyebrows and angrily said, "Who the fuck do you think you are? Come. Throw him onto the street." He didn't even finish. "Pa." Chu Tian slapped him across the face. The young man was thrown several meters away. His face was deformed and he spat out several broken teeth. What happened? With his peak 9th body refinement layer strength, he didn't even know how the other made a move. The shop assistant cried out in alarm, You dare hit young Master Tong? Somebody. Someone is causing trouble here." The Jubao Pavilion guards hadn't arrived yet. Chu Tian was prepared to go up and stomp a few more times, but who knew at this time? "You're not allowed to hurt my brother." The little girl grabbed a bag from her waist, and a large pile of lumps of wood flew out from it. What was shocking was that the lumps of wood changed shape in midair, unexpectedly turning into wooden bees. Each wooden bee's structure was very exquisite, and an extremely powerful crystal was embedded in them. The detonation of these wooden wasps would inevitably produce a powerful destructive force. Chu Tian stood still, allowing the wooden bees to surround him. Chu Tian calmly looked at the little girl and said, "Are you going to attack me as well?" I. The little girl's face was flushed red, and her speech was not very fluent. Although she looked like she was carved from jade, she seemed to be very introverted. She did not like to talk and even stuttered a little. "I'm sorry. Big brother just wants to treat my illness." The young man covered his face as he stood up, his face filled with resentment as he looked at Chu Tian. "You think you're amazing just because you're an awakened soul cultivator? There are a lot of people like you in Central State City. To dare snatch something from my Tong family, I think you're tired of living. Little fish, blow him up." The little girl lowered her head sadly. "Forget it, take this medicine." The wooden bees all returned to the bag. The little girl grabbed the bag and turned around. "Big brother, let's go." The young man angrily said, "What are you doing?" "I bought this thing to treat your illness." The little girl shook her head and said, "We're late. Stealing other people's things is wrong." "Wait a minute." Chu Tian suddenly asked, "Did you make the mechanical insects?" The little girl was a bit shy, but when the mechanical insects were mentioned, her eyes lit up a bit. "It was made by little fish, but I didn't do it well." This little girl with a bit of a stutter was very talented in mechanical mechanisms. Chu Tian's heart skipped a beat as he said, "What's your name?" A large group of guards surrounded him. The young shop assistant pointed at Chu Tian and said, "He's the one who's causing trouble." The guards angrily roared, "Daring to cause trouble in the treasure-gathering pavilion. Brat, you're seeking death. Immediately scram for me. Otherwise I'll teach you a lesson." Chu Tian directly ignored this group of fiendish fellows. He looked at the little girl and said, "I can already see that you're not sick at all. It's just a special constitution, am I right?" "I'm called Tong Xiaoyu." The little girl asked in shock, "How did you know?" "I can help you cure it." Tong Xiaoyu's large eyes revealed a look of disbelief. "Really? Xiaoyu, don't believe him." The young man pulled the little girl behind him, his face full of caution as he stared at Chu Tian. "This person's background is unknown, who knows what is planning?" Chu Tian lightly said, "The decision is in your hands. You want the Jade Spirit Silkworm because you want to borrow the Jade Spirit Silkworm's ability to absorb energy and extract the dark attributed energy from Tong Xiaoyu's body, right? But this won't work. At most it can only alleviate the pain." The young man revealed a suspicious expression. "Can you really cure her?" Chu Tian spread out his hands. "How would I know if you don't let me try?" "Okay, then let's give it a try." Looking at this young man's appearance, he should be a rogue cultivator that had just arrived in the main city. At worst he would just fail the treatment. "If you can cure Xiaoyu, then we'll call it even. If you can't cure her, then don't blame me for being impolite." "Big brother," Tong Xiaoyu grumbled. The young man directly walked out of the gathering treasure pavilion. "Humph, let's go." This guy was a bit of a playboy, but he was also reasonable. When he found out that the person who slapped him could cure his sister's illness, he suppressed the anger and humiliation in his heart. He could be considered a rational person. Tong family residence. A dignified man sat in the main hall. Tong Yu's sharp eyes swept across these people, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "Tong Ming, Tong Xiaoyu, what is the meaning of you bringing an outsider back? Is the Tong family residence a place anyone can enter? Do you have any rules?" The young man Tong Ming hurriedly said, "Uncle, we met him in the gathering treasure pavilion. He said he could cure little sister's illness, so I brought him back to give it a try." "Nonsense." A teacup was smashed to pieces. When Tong Yu stood up, a strong aura was released. It was around the peak first awakened soul layer, but it was enough to make it hard for Tong Ming and Tong Xiaoyu to breathe. "So many masters have been helpless all these years. Do you think a random cat or dog on the street can beat those masters? Do you even have a brain?" Tong Ming lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Although the head of the Tong family was Tong Ming's father, Tong Yu's seniority was even higher, so he had a lot of prestige in the family. These juniors did not dare talk back. Tong Yu coldly said, "Tong Xiaoyu will be married in half a month. You should understand how important this marriage is to our Tong family. The reason why those families in Central State City are giving our family face is all because of this marriage alliance. Don't cause any trouble at this time." Tong Ming helplessly said, "Yes, kick this person out for me." Chu Tian gave a cold laugh. "Who do you think you are? You think I'll leave just because you tell me to?" When Tong Yu saw that Chu Tian dared to talk back to him, he flew into a rage and said, "A trivial outsider dares to cause trouble in the Tong family. Someone come. Break his legs for me." A group of Tong family guards charged forward. "I'm afraid you have the ability." Chu Tian reached out his hand and was about to pull out the netherworld sword. "Why is it so noisy here?" A gentle voice came from outside the door. A scholarly-looking middle-aged man walked in. "Big brother, what are you angry about?" Tong Ming and Tong Xiaoyu's faces filled with joy as they shouted at the same time, "Father, Bowen, you've come at the right time." Tong Yu coldly said, "A swindler has infiltrated our Tong palace and is using the excuse of treating Xiao Yu's illness, but actually wants to harm us. How do you think we should deal with this matter?" Tong Bowen revealed a shocked expression. "What? Treat Xiao Yu's illness? You can really treat Xiao Yu's illness?" Chu Tian nodded. "It's not hard." Tong Yu wanted to say something, but Tong Bowen quickly said, "Then let him try." We don't have anything to lose anyways." Tong Yu gave a snort. "All right, brat, I'll let you try." Chu Tian looked at the two of them in confusion. Who was the Tong family's head? Of course, he did not care about this question at all. Chu Tian had seen Tong Xiaoyu's talent in the mechanical fields, so he wanted to train her. "Little fox, come out." A fist-sized snow-white fox lazily came out of his clothes and sat on Chu Tian's shoulder, using its little claws to yawn. "Go." The little fox knew what Chu Tian was thinking. It jumped onto Tong Xiaoyu's body and placed its claws on her neck. It suddenly sucked in a deep breath. An incredible scene occurred. From Tong Xiaoyu's paws, countless traces of black aura came out. The pure dark attributed energy gathered together and was finally swallowed by the little fox. It stuck out its pink tongue sweetly, as if it was very satisfied. Then it jumped back onto Chu Tian's shoulder. Tong Xiaoyu revealed a look of pleasant surprise. "I feel like I'm completely cured." Chu Tian shook his head and said, "The dark attributed energy that has been stuck in your meridians for many years has been removed, but because of your physique, it will produce even more dark energy as time goes on. So, you must follow me for a while before you can be completely cured." Tong Yu flew into a rage hearing this. "How can this be? Xiao Yu will be getting married in half a month." Chu Tian was puzzled. "You're already in a rush to get married at such a young age?" Tong Xiaoyu silently lowered her head. It was clear that this marriage was arranged for her by her family, but Tong Xiaoyu did not like it at all. "It's impossible for Tong Xiaoyu to go with you." Tong Yu's eyes fell onto Chu Tian's shoulder. It was the little fox licking its claws, and his eyes revealed a trace of greed. To be able to instantly absorb the dark energy of an extreme yin physique, this little demonic beast was definitely a priceless treasure, but since this little beast can cure Xiao Yu's condition, you can leave it in the Tong manor. Chu Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. "I'm helping you for free, but not only are you not grateful, you want to take away my pet? Humph. Clean your mouth." Tong Yu waved his hand. "I'll give you 10,000 gold coins. Leave this beast behind and then scram." How could there be such a shameless person? The little fox's fur stood up as it bared its teeth at Tong Yu. Chu Tian was a bit angry. "What if I refuse?" "Refuse? What qualifications do you have to refuse?" Tong Yu said with a cold smile. "Then leave your life behind." Tong Bowen's face became a bit ugly. "How can you?" "Second brother, don't say any more." Tong Yu completely ignored his second brother and said with a face filled with greed, "You can see that this little beast is very helpful to Xiao Yu. It's just a nameless pawn, so what if it's killed? What's the big deal?" As soon as he said this, Tong Yu released his spirit energy and with a loud roar, he soared into the sky. His body was covered in the glow of his source spirit as he sent a claw at Chu Tian's head. "Not even at the second awakened soul layer. What are you being arrogant for?" Scram! Chu Tian pulled out the netherworld sword. A bright blue and white sword glow flew across the sky. Tong Yu gave a pitiful cry as he fell to the ground. His right arm had been cut off and he cried out, "No, my arm." That severed arm was covered in netherworld ghost flames and it quickly withered away. Even with powerful healing methods, It could not be reattached. You want to kill me with this little bit of strength? Chu Tian's palm slammed into Tong Yu's dantian. I'll cripple you first. The demon god's sword source spirit's power instantly surged out and crushed all of Tong Yu's meridians. His spirit energy completely collapsed. Just a moment ago, he was a high and mighty peak first awakened soul layer cultivator. Now he was a cripple. Tong Bowen, Tong Ming, and Tong Xiaoyu were all shocked. The Tong family was a small family and Tong Yu had the highest cultivation in the family. Although he was not the family head, he was arrogant and even Tong Bowen did not dare offend him. They never would have thought. A peak first awakened soul layer cultivator could not even block a single move from this youth. Chapter 127. Tong Yu being crippled did not make Tong Bowen angry, rather he was secretly happy. Tong Yu's cultivation was high and he had a strong personality, but he was overbearing and selfish. It was because of this that his father did not pass the position to him. In the end, Tong Yu took this matter to heart and became even worse over the years. He did not have the position of family head, but he used the power of the family head. He did what he wanted and acted arbitrarily, not putting Tong Bowen in his eyes. This caused Tong Bowen to have a deep grudge against him. Because of Tong Yu's status and influence, Tong Bowen did not dare make a move against him. My cultivation has been crippled. Second brother, what are you looking at? Quickly take care of this thief. Tong Yu angrily roared. He never would have thought that a moment of greed would lead to this kind of result. His decades of hard work had been crippled. How could Tong Yu accept this? This was simply stripping him of his name. You're now a cripple. What qualifications do you have to point fingers at me? Tong Bowen secretly cursed and coldly said, this matter was my big brother's fault. The Tong family is indebted to the young hero, so how can we burn the bridge after crossing the river? Big brother is heartless, but Bowen cannot be righteous. Good. Tong Yu ran out the door in a sorry state. You treacherous thing, I won't let you go. This brat dares steal the Jing family's young master's fiancé. Just wait for your death. What? The Jing family? Chu Tian asked in a daze. The Tianchen Chamber of Commerce's Jing family? He had planned on going to the Tianchen Chamber of Commerce. Central State City was so big, who knew where the Tianchen Chamber of Commerce was located? Now, the people from the Tianchen Chamber of Commerce had actually come looking for them. Tong Bowen slightly knit his brows. He was afraid of the Jing family's power and was afraid that Tong Yu would complain, so he immediately said, come, bring big brother away to treat his injuries. Wait. Chu Tian had a strange expression. Let him go. Go tell the Jing family that Tong Xiaoyu's engagement is cancelled. If the Jing family doesn't accept this, I'll sit here and wait. Let them come and tell me. Tong Bowen, Tong Ming, and Tong Xiaoyu were all shocked. Did this kid not want to live anymore? Although the Jing family wasn't one of the four great families, they were still a large family in Central State City. They had been doing business for generations and had deep financial resources. Just the Tianchen Chamber of Commerce alone had several $100 million in assets, not to mention that the Jing family had several other chambers of commerce under their banner. The Jing family's influence was not particularly strong, but their financial power was not small. They had a wide network in South Sky City and many large families had direct or indirect collaborations with the Jing family. Who would dare to provoke such a large consortium? Tong Yu didn't hesitate to give up his young niece. Wasn't he trying to curry favor with the large consortiums and obtain benefits for himself? The young man was covered in dust. He wore plain clothes and carried an ancient sword. His appearance was mediocre, so he was most likely a rogue cultivator that had just arrived in Central State City. How could a nameless and powerless person dare to offend a financial power like the Jing family? Tong Bowen hurriedly said, no, I said, let him go. Chu Tian was incomparably domineering. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. What the F***ck are you afraid of? You don't even dare to save your own daughter and don't even have the courage to resist. No wonder there are people who dare to step on your head and shit on you. The aura from Chu Tian's body forced Tong Bowen to take a few steps back. He had an ugly expression on his face. All right. You just wait for me. Tong Yu quickly ran away from the Tong family. Tong Boan said with a face of fear, "The Jing family's young master Jing Hao is not a normal playboy. If you provoke him, the consequences will be unimaginable." Chu Tian felt this was strange. What kind of earth-shattering matter can this idiot Jing Hao do? "You must have just arrived in South Sky City, so you don't know." Tong Boan wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Half a month ago, Jing Hao had come in contact with people from Miracle Commerce with Vice Chairman Jing Xian. He had also signed a resource transfer agreement with Miracle Commerce." Chu Tian poured himself some tea as he said, "So what?" When the news was sent to Central State City, no one cared about it at the time. When Tong Boan said this, his eyes flashed with a trace of envy. Who would have thought that this seemingly unfair transaction actually had a deeper meaning? Chu Tian almost laughed. "There's a fart of meaning." Tong Boan said with a serious expression, "Jing Hao had signed a secret agreement with Miracle Commerce, so Tianchen Chamber of Commerce could directly receive products from Miracle Commerce. A week ago, a batch of qi refining pills was sent to Central State City, causing a stir in Central State City. Don't you know how popular Miracle Commerce's qi refining pills are? Under Tianchen Chamber of Commerce's hype, the most expensive one was sold for a sky-high price of 40,000 gold coins. Only at this moment did people realize what kind of plan Jing Hao and Jing Xian had. On the surface, they were pressured by the large families and made a normal transaction with Miracle Commerce, but in reality, they were thinking of long-term benefit. It said that from now on, Miracle Commerce will supply Tianchen Chamber of Commerce with goods every month, including qi refining pills and even electric light. Because of Jing Hao's successful negotiation, he has become a famous person in the Central State City merchant circle. The Jing family is placing more and more importance on him. Forcefully cancelling the engagement at this time, isn't that slapping the Jing family's face? What was this? These two idiots had been blackmailed by Chu Tian, but they had become famous. A bottle of qi refining pills had a shocking might. It increased the influence of Tianchen Chamber of Commerce by a large amount. The citizens of the main city were unfamiliar with Miracle Commerce, but the rumors of Miracle Commerce had already spread throughout the main city. The matter of Chu Tian holding Prince Tianlang hostage and looking down on the Ye family's wolf cavalry had already been spread to every household. This was a small company born in a small place, but no one in Central State City dared to look down on it. A company that had offended the three large families and was still safe and sound. What kind of terrifying strength was this? A company that could produce qi refining pills and electric lights. What kind of technology was this? Chu Tian was even more miraculous. He was even turned into a monster with 3 heads and 9 arms by the demons. Tianchen Chamber of Commerce dared to do business with such a cruel and ruthless president. It was very wise to cut his own flesh in exchange for long-term benefits. This courage was admirable. Jing Hao had participated in a successful business negotiation at such a young age, effectively raising his family's influence to another level. He naturally became a role model for the younger generation of the main city's business families. This was something that Chu Tian had not expected. Tong Boan saw Chu Tian's stunned expression and thought that he had been scared stiff, so he could only let out a long sigh. Tong Xiaoyu stood up with a face filled with guilt. "Big brother, you should quickly leave. We'll go and explain everything." Chu Tian smiled and waved his hand, not putting this matter to heart. The Tong family's doors were suddenly pushed open. A proud young man wearing a brocade robe and several dozen strong guards swaggered into the Tong family's residence. "Fuck. Who dares steal my fiancé? Do you not want your life?" A familiar voice rang out. It really was that bastard. "I am the young chairman of Tianchen Chamber of Commerce, Jing Hao." The brocade-robed young man was Jing Hao. His arrogant appearance made it seem like he had completely forgotten that he had been poisoned. He swaggered into the main hall. "It was your Tong family that came to ask for a marriage alliance. Now that the betrothal gifts have been received and the news has been spread, you actually dare to play tricks on me. Where do you put my face? Where do you put the face of Tianchen Chamber of Commerce?" Jing Hao's eyes filled with contempt swept across the Tong family members. A sense of superiority suddenly appeared in his heart. "You dare to play tricks on this young master? I'm now a famous person in the main city. I'm the new rising star of the Jing family. What does this bunch of small family trash count for? Jing Hao's eyes swept across everyone and fell onto Chu Tian, who was sitting down drinking tea. Because of Chu Tian's disguise, he did not recognize him. He shouted out, "How bold! Seeing this young master, you still dare to sit down and drink tea?" Tong Yu revealed a look of hatred. "Young master, it's this person." Jing Hao gave a snort and was about to explode, but his pupils suddenly shrank and his expression froze on his face. He revealed a very strange expression, as if he had seen a ghost. "Yi! Why does this sword look so familiar?" Jing Hao stared at the ancient sword on the young man's back. "Where have I seen it before? Wait a minute." Jing Hao felt like a bolt of lightning had struck his head and his mind was filled with an explosion. "Isn't this fucking Chu Tian's sword? You. Where did you get this sword?" Chu Tian slowly stood up and revealed a smile that Jing Hao was very familiar with, but it made him feel cold from head to toe. "This sword? Of course it's this little one's own sword." Although the appearance had changed, the temperament, the expression, it was all the same. A very terrifying thought appeared in Jing Hao's mind. At this time, from behind Chu Tian, a little head popped out. The little white fox had copied Chu Tian's expression. It narrowed its eyes and revealed a faint smile, looking at Jing Hao with a strange gaze. "Little white fox. Oh, damn. It really is this damn evil star. After not seeing you for so long, I thought you had died." Chu Tian smiled as he asked, "Not only did young Master Jing not die, you even look radiant. You're even prepared to take a concubine. It really makes this one blush with shame. How bold." The Tianchen Chamber of Commerce guards were all enraged. Tong Bowen quickly stood up and shouted, "Young Master Jing, please calm down, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Did this young man wish for the world to be in chaos? He dared to use this kind of tone to provoke the respected young Master Jing. It's over. Everyone knew Jing Hao's temper. The Tong family would be implicated today. Tong Bowen and the others are accomplices. Tong Yu fanned the flames from the side. "Young Master Jing, you've also seen it. These people are intentionally insulting you, even daring to steal your fiancé. If this matter were to be spread out, wouldn't you be laughed at by others?" Scram! Jing Hao angrily turned around and slapped Tong Yu's face. Tong Yu flew several meters back and stared at him as he said, "Why?" He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Jing Hao was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He angrily roared out, "What are you all looking at? Drag this fellow out for me and beat him. Beat him for me and break his legs." Everyone was stunned. What was happening? Jing Hao turned around and his expression completely changed. There was no longer any arrogance, rather there was a trace of humility and flattery. He awkwardly coughed and stiffly said, "To be honest, I've had a problem with my cultivation recently and my body is not good. I'm dizzy, my kidney is weak, and my memory is failing. I don't even go to the brothel often." Saying this, he began to cough again and again. Because of my body's condition, I'm afraid it's not suitable for me to take a concubine. I came to the Tong family this time to cancel the engagement." Jing Hao came to cancel the engagement. Who was he trying to fool? He had an arrogant appearance when he entered, as if he wanted to tie up the entire house and beat them up. How did he look like he was here to cancel the engagement? In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a sickly appearance. Chu Tian gave a sigh and said, "I think you've overindulged in lust, causing your young to be weak. Young people need to know how to control themselves and not be too indulgent, do you understand? Weak young to be weak." Jing Hao's face turned green and he trembled as he said, "Mr. is right." Chu Tian continued to say, "This one has some medical skills, perhaps I can help you improve it." Jing Hao quickly moved to the side and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Mr. I ask Mr. to come to the Jing Palace." Tong Bowen finally understood what was going on. Jing Hao seemed to be very afraid of Chu Tian, it could even be said to be fear. Chu Tian did not directly follow Jing Hao. Rather he ignored Jing Hao and walked to Tong Xiaoyu's side. He revealed a faint smile as he looked at her. "Do you know why I'm helping you?" Tong Xiaoyu blankly said, "Because Big Brother is a good person." "Good person?" Chu Tian rubbed his chin and laughed as he said, Of course I'm a good person and I'm even better than you think. Do you like making mechanical beasts? I'll give you a test. I have 2 blueprints here, and if you can design this thing, send it to the Jing family in 3 days. Then, you'll receive something you can't even imagine. While they were talking, Chu Tian took out 2 scrolls and placed them in Tong Xiaoyu's hands. Then he called the embarrassed Jing Hao to the side and left. Tong Xiaoyu opened the blueprints and was instantly attracted. She had a strong talent for making mechanical beasts since she was young. Although the blueprints Chu Tian gave her were very vague and there were many imperfections, Tong Xiaoyu's intuition told her that this was a very interesting thing. Who was this mysterious big brother? She had met a noble person. She had really met a noble person. Tong Boan asked with an excited expression, Xiaoyu, can you complete it? Tong Xiaoyu put away the scrolls and nodded as she said, this blueprint is almost complete. Big Brother doesn't seem to be proficient in mechanical techniques and only relied on his amazing memory and imagination to draw the blueprints. So, there are a few flaws that can be filled in a bit. Chapter 128. No matter how arrogant Chu Tian was, Jing Hao did not even dare let out a fart. The guards of the Tianchen Chamber of Commerce were all confused. What happened to the young master? Did he change his personality? Actually, they did not know that Jing Hao had provoked Chu Tian several times in Hidden Sound Town. He had tried to swallow Miracle Commerce, but what was the result? Not only did he not succeed, he had lost several tens of millions of gold coins worth of asset. Jing Hao and Jing Xian had been unlucky enough to be forced to take poison. Now they were relying on Chu Tian's antidote to survive. No one in Central State could cure the heart-corroding poison. Chu Tian's life was his life. If Chu Tian died and disappeared, could they still live? The ignorant have no fear. When Jing Hao left Hidden Sound Town, he was filled with indignation and wanted to take revenge. When he returned to Central State, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Chu Tian had crippled several experts from the Chu family and the Ye family in South Sky City. As for the 4 young masters, Yi Tianlang, he had personally gone to South Sky City to capture Chu Tian, but he had been captured by Chu Tian. Yi Tianlang was at the 4th Awakened Soul Layer, an illustrious Soul Realm expert at the Intermediate Awakened Soul Realm. He could be considered an expert even in Central State City, but he had been easily defeated by Chu Tian's hands. This caused a large earthquake in Central State. An even more shocking matter occurred. Yi Wudao angrily led all the elites of the Wolf Fang mercenaries to kill his way into South Sky City. He had the momentum of slaughtering the entire city to save his son. In the end, in front of tens of thousands of Ye family mercenaries, scolding Yi Wudao, beating Yi Tianlang, and cutting off one of Yi Tianlang's arms, they were afraid that this matter would not become big. In the end, it was Shen Fenghu who had appeared and resolved this crisis. The Ye family was given the cold shoulder and returned without any success. Chu Tian was still free and unfettered as if nothing had happened to him. This was unprecedented in the history of the Central State. Jing Hao finally knew what kind of person he had provoked. If Yi Wudao dared to provoke him, would he be afraid of a small Jing family? His hatred immediately disappeared without a trace, and what replaced it was extreme joy. To be able to live after provoking such a demon king was really 2F** king lucky. Right now, Chu Tian was a bomb. He had countless enemies in the Central State. If his identity was accidentally exposed, it would definitely cause a commotion. Not only would it bring disaster to Chu Tian, but it would also bring endless trouble to the Jing clan. Chu Tian said to Jing Hao, "Remember, my name is Lu Ren and I am a newly recruited retainer of the Jing family. I don't want a second person to know my true identity, do you understand?" When he thought of the consequences of Chu Tian's identity being exposed, Jing Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Of course, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Have the things I want arrived yet? The 3 lives demonic insects, nether flamegrass, and magnetic soundstones have all been sent to the warehouse. This time we bought them through other channels, so the price will be a bit higher. What, are you afraid that father doesn't have the money? How could I dare? Jing Hao quickly wiped his sweat. Chu Tian took off the heavy bag from his back. With a casual pull, he opened the bag. A large neatly stacked crystal stone card appeared in front of Jing Xian. I'll pay you 5 million as an advance. Besides the materials, there's something else I need you to do. No matter how rich you are, this one will go through fire and water. There's no need for you to go through fire and water. I don't think you can do it. Chu Tian bluntly knocked on Jing Hao's door. I'll give you a formula to refine. You will follow the formula to refine the hidden soundstones and magnetic soundstones, and I'll give you a blueprint. You will follow the model and build several magnetic sound towers in different parts of Central State City. Do you understand? Jing Hao's head was covered in cold sweat. This project is a bit big. Chu Tian gave a cold snort. Jing Hao quickly said, but don't worry, sir, I will do my best. Chu Tian patted Jing Hao's shoulder. I've said it before in Hidden Sound Town, being a dog has its benefits. You are now my dog, so as long as there is a master to eat, there will be bones for you to chew. If this matter is completed in 2 weeks, I'll give you 5 million more gold coins. Jing Hao did not dare believe his ears. Miracle Commerce was too rich. They didn't even blink when they spent their money. From the blueprint, the entire project would require around 10 million gold coins. This included quite a bit of profit, which was equivalent to making a profit of 50%. Chu Tian then said, other than that, the Tong family's Tong Xiaoyu will send a few blueprints to your home. I want you to open up a few factories for me to use to produce the things on the blueprints. As for the money, I'll give it to you. Jing Hao was filled with excitement. I promise I'll complete this task. That's what you said. Chu Tian gave a snort. If you can't complete it, then just wait for the poison to devour your heart and die. Jing Hao's body trembled and his face became sullen. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have said it so confidently. Once the magnetic sound tower was completed, Miracle Commerce would go up another level, so it was worth investing a bit more in the beginning. Miracle Commerce's money was in Chu Tian's hands, but with the development in South Sky City, it shouldn't be hard to gather another 10 million gold coins in half a month. Heavy rewards and heavy punishment. Chu Tian did not believe that Jing Hao wouldn't honestly help him. Chu Tian gave the details of the plan to Jing Hao. When he was about to leave the Jing family, a large group of beast carriages suddenly stopped in front of the Jing family's gates. Several well-dressed people came down from the carriages and swaggered into the Jing family's gates. A purple-robed middle-aged man didn't even bother announcing his arrival as he walked into the main hall. Where are Jing Xian and Jing Tianming? I want to see them. It's Sir Jiang Qi. When Jing Hao saw the other side, he immediately became vigilant. He honestly said, the first master and second master are both out. Jing Hao was a person who was afraid of the strong. People who could be persuaded by the soft but feared the hard. Those who could make him respect him were most likely the hard ones. Jiang Qi knit his brows, but he didn't waste any words. He directly said, I'll make it short. I came to your Jing family to buy qi refining pills. Since the two of them aren't here, then I'll leave it up to you. How much do you want? Give me a price. Jing Hao said in a depressed voice, it's not that this nephew doesn't want to sell it, it's that I don't have any left. You also know that the qi refining pill isn't produced by Tianchen Chamber of Commerce. These are all excuses. I don't want to hear it. Jiang Qi's attitude was very firm. I'll give you 50,000 gold coins for one. I want to buy 10 of them. 50,000 gold coins? My God. Miracle Commerce's standard selling price for a qi refining pill was around 5,000 gold coins. Occasionally it would increase by 1 or 2,000 gold coins. This was already a very violent business. The qi refining pill was sold for over 10,000 gold coins in South Sky City's underground market. Who would have thought that in Central State City, the price of the qi refining pill would be even higher? This rich Jiang Qi wanted 50,000 gold coins for one. Jing Hao secretly looked at Chu Tian on the side. Sir Jiang, this isn't a problem of money. Tianchen Chamber of Commerce really doesn't have any left, and there are many families that have already reserved them. If you want to buy it, you can only wait. Jiang Qi flew into a rage. We need this pill right now. I don't care what methods you use, you have to get it for me, otherwise don't blame me for doing something outrageous. You know my identity, so you should know my skills. This era was truly interesting. The big fish ate the small fish and the small fish ate the shrimps. The law of the jungle was everywhere. Chu Tian's heart skipped a beat as he stood up. Tianchen Chamber of Commerce doesn't have the qi refining pill. It's useless even if you force it. Jiang Qi coldly said, "You don't have the right to speak here." Scram. Fuck. I've been looked down on again. Am I that bad? The little fox clapped its claws twice and nodded its head in approval. Jing Hao was scared out of his wits. He was very clear on this Master Chu Tian's temper. He had already offended 3 great families, so it didn't matter if he offended one more or one less. Jing Hao quickly stood in the middle and wiped his sweat as he said, Sir Jiang, I promise you that as soon as the next batch arrives, I will send it to you first. Please don't be angry." Jiang Qi nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Chu Tian and said, "Do you see this? There is nothing that is impossible in this world. How could a lowly person like you understand? Not selling. Not selling." Chu Tian gave a cold snort. "You'll never be able to buy a qi refining pill in your life. Jing Hao, your family's servants don't seem to be very obedient." Jiang Qi gave a cold snort. "I'll help you teach them a lesson. You won't blame me, right?" Jing Hao quickly said, "Sir Jiang, please calm your anger. Brat, I'll let you know the consequences of contradicting me." Jiang Qi waved his hand. "Pull out his tongue for me. I want to see if your mouth can still be this sharp without a tongue." 2 Yun family members came forward without any explanation and wanted to capture Chu Tian. Scram. A slap to each of them. The 2 Yun family members were sent flying. Jiang Qi angrily said, "You dare hit the Yun sect's people? Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Chu Tian waved his hand and the Netherworld sword was pulled out. A dense ghost qi filled the air and surrounded Jiang Qi. A terrifying aura locked onto him, not to mention a few trivial trash. Even if it was the entire Yun sect, what does it count for in my eyes? Ah. Not only was Jing Hao shocked, even Jiang Qi was shocked. Did this brat not know the influence of the Yun sect? Most of the Central State's demon refining and talisman refining formulas were researched by the Yun sect. The Yun sect had gathered the top scholars of Central State, and even Shen Fenghu had to be polite to the Yun sect. What did a brat like him count for? You're seeking death. Jiang Qi released his spirit energy and prepared to summon his source spirit. Chu Tian's sword slashed out and the blue and white sword qi slashed onto Jiang Qi's body. The terrifying destructive might sent him flying out the door. Pu. Jiang Qi spat out a large mouthful of blood. The invisible netherworld ghost flame had pierced through his body and damaged most of his meridians. His cultivation base had fallen by a large amount. Too terrifying. This brat was too strong. Perhaps his battle strength was above the second awakened soul layer. A normal person would not be able to deal with him. Jing Hao had seen everything happen, but he had no way of stopping it. He could not offend either side, so what should he do now that he was stuck in the middle? It's over. He's in trouble. He's in big trouble. Chu Tian saw Jing Hao's anxious appearance and couldn't help snorting. What are you afraid of? I was the one who hit him. What does it have to do with you? Then again, he's not surnamed Yun. What is he being arrogant for? Jing Hao wanted to cry. The Yun family's influence in Central State was not small. This young master had hit a Yun sect member in the Jing family's territory. How could this not have anything to do with the Yun family? Do you know why I didn't just kill you? Chu Tian's ice-cold sword was placed against Jiang Qi's neck. Since you're proud of the Yun sect, then I'll just directly ask for advice. Let me see just how different the famous Central State Yun sect is. Madman. He had hit a Yun family member, but he didn't run away in the night. Instead he wanted to force the other side to bring him to their door. Wasn't this just seeking death? Chu Tian had already contacted the Jing family to secretly build a factory and a magnetic tower. The Jing family was a pure business family, so they were very strong in this area. So, Chu Tian was not worried that Jing Hao couldn't do it. Then, this chess piece that he had buried long ago, it was time to use it. The Yun family, one of the 4 great families. If he could obtain the Yun family's support without changing his expression, then it would be much easier for him to do things in the future. Chu Tian had saved Yun Yaro's life several times and had given the Yun family a new lease on life. Yun Yarrow should not be a person who would bite the hand that fed her, and Yun Tianhe was a righteous scholar, so he should not burn the bridge after crossing it. It was because of this that Chu Tian was not afraid to go to the Yun family. He wanted to give the Yun family a greeting gift and cause a large stir in the Yun sect. He also wanted to test Yun Tianhe's tolerance. Chapter 129. The Yun sect had two main courtyards, a southern courtyard and a northern courtyard. The northern courtyard was the Yun family's internal research facility, and the southern courtyard was a research facility specially built for guest officials. The Yun family was a family of scholars with a deep background, but no matter how strong a family was, it was still limited. The Yun family was very open and generous. With generous treatment, they invited famous scholars to join them. The southern courtyard was built for this purpose. The southern courtyard's gate was 4 meters tall and 8 meters wide. It was completely carved out of white jade and was flawless. It was very beautiful and was covered in profound runes and runes. It was called the White Gate by the people of South Sky City. The scholars of Central State City all aimed to enter the White Gate, and all of them regarded it as an honor to enter the White Gate. This gate became the belief of countless young people. But at this moment, Hong! It was like an artillery shell had been fired. The flawless white jade gate had a corner smashed and a person with a black cloth covering his head was thrown in. This scene scared the people inside the Yun sect silly. Someone actually managed to destroy the famous 100 gates. The person on the ground was like a giant bug as he quickly crawled forward several meters. He took off his mask to reveal a swollen pig face as he loudly cried out, "Save me! There's a thief trying to harm me. Isn't that Jiang Qi? What is going on here?" Peng. At this moment, a large foot stepped on Jiang Qi's body and a deep blue sword that was like 10,000-year-old ice was raised. The cold blade made his body tremble. He had broken the southern courtyard gate. He had heavily injured a south courtyard consecrated elder. Even a fool would know what was going on, but the Yun sect disciples did not have time to become angry. The young man's sharp eyes swept over them and he gave a fearless laugh. "I'm here to demand an explanation. You small fries shouldn't waste my time. Quickly call the steward out for me." Jiang Qi's position in the Yun sect was not low. He was still a consecrated elder. Not only had he been beaten today, he had even come to the Yun sect. Not only was he looking down on the Yun sect, he was also challenging the entire Yun family. What kind of god was he? The young man was wearing a grey robe with a broken bamboo hat, a normal sword sheath, and a ragged cloth bag on his back. He looked just like a traveler. He was very young, ridiculously young. His hair was messy, and his appearance was mediocre. There was nothing special about him. Jiang Qi's face was filled with shame and anger. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. He probably knew how powerful this young man was, so he didn't even dare to move. The Yun sect, the holy land of Central State scholars. When had such a scene ever happened before? A dignified Yun sect consecrated elder had been held hostage by a young man. Not only had he been beaten into a pig's head, but the perpetrator had also asked for an explanation, as if he was the one who had suffered a loss. Is there any justice in this world? This was a naked demonstration, a naked provocation, and an unscrupulous slap in the face. The Yun sect disciples looked at Chu Tian with righteous indignation. The Central State's 4 great families were the Chu, Yi, Luo, and Yun families. Only the Yun family didn't involve themselves in politics, business, mercenary, or power, but no one dared to question the status of the Yun family. Why? The reason was simple. The Yun family was a true academic family. Half of Central State City's famous alchemists and symbol masters came from the Yun family. Half of the popular talismans and pills on the market were invented by the Yun family. The Central State Symbol Master Guild, the Alchemist Guild, and even the Central State Academy were filled with Yun family students. If the Chu family was said to be the family with the most martial arts aura in Central State, then the Yun family was the family with the most academic temperament in Central State. The Yun family disciples had a strong sense of honor. The scholars of Central State were proud to enter the Yun sect. Chu Tian was using a sword to kidnap the Yun sect scholars. How could these arrogant people tolerate this? It's been many years since someone has dared to cause trouble in the Yun sect. A sharp voice came from the main hall. You're quite bold. A middle-aged man came out with two old men. The middle-aged man was wearing the robes of a Yun family elder, so it was clear that he was a high-level elder of the Yun family. His eyes revealed a murderous intent, as if he was filled with rage. The two old men were tall and thin while the other was short and fat. They were both dressed like scholars and were also filled with rage. Jiang Qi shouted when he saw the two old men, "Fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother, save me." The middle-aged man was called Yun Guangyan, a managing elder of the Yun family's southern courtyard. He was mainly responsible for managing the daily affairs of the Yun sect. Of the two old men beside him, the tall and thin old man was called Jiao Haoran and the short and fat old man was called Li Tai. Jiao Haoran and Li Tai were not simple. The two of them were the disciples of the great scholar Jiyu Qianqiu. Because they had traveled to Central State, they were accepted by the Yun sect and became the pillars of the southern courtyard. What kind of person was Jiyu Qianqiu? He was the royal teacher of southern Xia and taught the younger generation of the royal family. The southern summer king had personally given him the title of great scholar and he was the role model of all the scholars in southern Xia. Jiao Haoran and Li Tai had studied under Jiyu Qianqiu, so how high was their status? The most terrible thing was that the Jiang Qi being kidnapped by Chu Tian was their junior brother. In other words, Jiang Qi was also one of Jiyu Qianqiu's disciples. Jiang Qi dared to be this domineering, but Jing Hao did not even dare to let out a fart in front of him. Wasn't it because of this reason? Ha, 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 ha. Chu Tian faced the crowd of people and calmly laughed a few times. You have to be clear about something. I am not insulting your Yun family, rather I am helping your Yun family get rid of an evil. If you let this kind of worm stay in the Yun sect, I think the Yun sect will be in danger. The Yun sect was in danger. Yun Guangyan was filled with rage. Who do you think you are, daring to speak such wild words? With how wild you are you not afraid of the Yun family's anger? I am Lu Ren, a wandering itinerant cultivator. I came from 1,000 miles away to learn from you and spar with you. This is because I have heard that the Central State's Yun family has a long history and a deep background. They even have a shocking character like the Purple Lightning young master, and the old patriarch Yun Tianhe is over 100 years old. Not only is he knowledgeable, he is also courteous and has a good reputation for being benevolent and generous. The Yun sect also has 60 to 70% of the Central State scholars. It has a strong strength and is famous throughout the country. It is the holy land that scholars dream of entering. Yun Guangqi angrily said, "Since you came to learn, why did you injure him? You'll have to ask him about that." Chu Tian slapped Jiang Qi's face with his sword. This kind of idiot came out. He doesn't have much strength, but he is arrogant and does not put anyone in his eyes. He wanted to cut off my tongue with a single sentence. This kind of black-hearted person that doesn't know right from wrong actually dares to call himself a scholar of the Yun sect. I beat him up in a fit of anger, but what surprised me was that this piece of trash was really from your Yun sect. This really makes me disappointed. Even this kind of scum can stand firm in the Yun sect. The famous Yun sect is just an organization that deceives the world, and the scholars of the Yun sect are just a group of people. They aren't worth mentioning and aren't worth stopping by. Jiang Qi almost fainted from anger. You're seeking death. Yun Guangyan trembled with anger. Jiang Qi is the great scholar Jiyu Qianqiu's disciple. What do you count for? You're just a commoner, a nameless nobody. You actually dared to kidnap Mr. Jiang Qi and cause trouble in the Yun sect. You're even spouting shit and tarnishing the Central State scholars' holy land. You cannot be tolerated today. Ha, 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 ha. What a good great scholar's disciple, what a good nameless commoner. I already guessed that the Yun sect wasn't good, but I never would have thought that the respected Yun sect would be a group of snobs. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. You're a respected elder of the Yun family, but you don't set an example and you don't uphold justice. You only know how to bully the weak and curry favor with those in power. You're standing up for such a scum. Where is your Yun family's pride? Where is the Yun sect's learning style? You call yourself the Central State's #1 academic organization, Chu Tian faced the stern Yun Guangyan. Not only was he not afraid, he even ridiculed him. There are so many young Yun family disciples here. When they see their own family's elder act like this, what would they think? Why is the Ye family so notorious? Isn't it because they do things with a black heart and ruthless hands, causing all of these things to happen? If this goes on, the Yun sect will follow in their footstep. You don't contribute to the family, but you do things like sheltering parasites. On the surface you're a Yun family elder, but in reality you're the Yun family's thief. The Yun family disciples looked at each other in blank dismay. This fellow's mouth was too sharp. He scolded the elder to the point where he didn't even have a chance to retort. Moreover, this fellow was too wild. There had never been anyone in Central State City that dared to do this kind of thing. Yun Guangyan's face turned ugly. This person had a glib tongue, completely distorting the truth. However, Jiang Qi's temper was clear. He was normally overbearing and there were already many people in the Yun family that were dissatisfied with him. Although this young man's words were harsh, they weren't wrong. Humph. That's enough. Jiao Haoran walked forward. Jiang Qi is a member of the Yun sect. If he does something wrong, the Yun sect will take care of it. It's not up to a little brat like him to manage it. Li Tai was even more direct. This trivial commoner dares to shout at the Yun sect. He has tarnished the school's holy land. He should be killed as a warning to the world. Chu Tian wildly laughed. I wanted to experience the Yun family's teachings, but who would have thought that I would meet a group of pedantic old frog? Since it's like this, we can forget about learning, but how about we compare notes? What? Compare notes? Ha, 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 ha. This really is the biggest joke of the year. I didn't hear wrong, right? A country bumpkin that crawled out from who knows where actually wants to compare notes with the Yun sect. Everyone broke out in laughter. They had seen people that weren't afraid of death, but they had never seen someone this unafraid of death. In a place like the Yun sect, there were many scholars and countless experts. A youth that wasn't even 20 years old dared to challenge them. This kind of knowledge was different from cultivation. Not only did it require talent, it also required time and effort. Rome wasn't built in a single day. Jiao Haoran and Li Tai were so angry that they were confused. The two of them were Grand Scholar Jiu Chenchio's disciples, but they were actually being challenged by a nameless commoner brat. This was no different from an insult. Yun Guangyan angrily said, "What qualifications does an arrogant brat have to challenge the Yun sect? You dare ask me what qualifications I have? My brother Tian coming to challenge your Yun sect is already giving you face. This little one doesn't dare say that he knows everything, but in terms of arrays, symbol techniques, weapon refining, alchemy, martial arts, literature, and art. I have studied them all." Chu Tian did not plan on being modest at all. He revealed a domineering and arrogant appearance. Your Yun sect can all come together. Let me see what kind of skills you bookworms have. The Yun sect could all come together. Wasn't this just seeking death? How bold. Yun Guangyan pulled out his long blade. He could not tolerate this kind of humiliation. Elder, wait. Jiao Haoran gave a cold laugh as he walked out. This brat's life is not worth mentioning, but the Yun sect's reputation cannot be lost. Since he wants to challenge us, why don't we give him a chance? Yun Guangyan's face fell. This. Li Tai stared at Chu Tian and said, "If you lose, let go of your junior brother and blind your eyes." Yun Guangyan knit his brows. The two of them were truly angry. The two of them had a very high status in the Yun sect. The Yun family had been declining in recent years, so the importance of the Yun sect was self-evident. These foreign scholars were the key to supporting the Yun family, so they could not offend them. I'll give you the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Who will go first? I'll test you. A young man stood up. Do you know what the medicine scripture is? Who wrote it and when did it enter the human race? This was a test of history and culture. The medicine scripture was a legendary ancient book. Of the people present, almost no one had ever heard of this ancient book. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile. The medicine scripture is the foundation of alchemy. Its predecessor was a great ancient cultivation technique that originated from the great ancient era. It was created by the ancient god Yaliam and was revised by the ancient dragon king Cassidy. Then the great sages led by the elven king Uglab extracted the basic alchemy theories and wrote the medicine scripture, but it was stolen by the spirit beasts. After another 3,000 years, during the war between the humans and the spirit beasts, this book was introduced to the human continent. The young man's body trembled. Jiao Haoran, Jiang Qi, and Yun Guangyan all knit their brows. This was a very rare piece of information, but this little brat actually knew it. The medicine scripture was a great book that established alchemy. It originated from the great ancient era. It was a cultivation technique that could absorb the essence of all living beings for one's own use, but after the end of the great ancient era, the world changed and this cultivation technique could no longer be cultivated. There were only a few obscure and profound fragments and chants. It was then compiled into the medicine scripture by the elves. Another young man stood up. Can you recite the 5,000-word preface of the medicine scripture? With these words, everyone's faces fell. This was purposely making things difficult for him. This medicine scripture was very complex, not to mention reciting it. Normal people wouldn't even have heard of it. As for the preface of the medicine scripture, even a grandmaster would feel dizzy reading it. How could he memorize it? Chu Tian curled his lips in disdain. What did the medicine scripture count for? It had already been restored in the future and had been greatly modified, so Chu Tian had already memorized the entire medicine scripture. The real medicine scripture has a preface of 8,000 words, but it was passed through the spirit beasts to the human race and was translated into the human language, so many fragments were inevitably lost. If you want to study the real medicine scripture, you must be proficient in the purest ancient elven language. I'll use the ancient elven language and recite the preface for you. This is the benefit that this great master has given you. How much you can remember will depend on yourselves. Chu Tian grabbed Jiang Qi with one hand and pulled out the netherworld sword with the other, walking in front of the wall. A large amount of strange prophecies came out of his mouth. This was not a human language at all. There were over 20 different tones. The cadence, the thousands of turns, it was like he was singing, but also like he was chanting. There was a kind of strange charm that fiercely attacked everyone's hearts. Medicine scripture. Countless scholars had spent their entire lives, but they could not decipher a single thing. Chu Tian actually used the purest ancient elven language to recite the entire preface of the medicine god scripture. Those profound words attacked everyone's souls. Chu Tian recited as he swung his sword. One after another, complex and profound words were carved onto the wall. Each word was filled with an ancient and wise aura. Line after line of the ancient elven language, it was as if the mysterious aura of the elven forest had been brought into this world. Chu Tian recited faster and faster. The speed at which he swung his sword became faster and faster, as if he was possessed. At this moment, he was like a poet who had written hundreds of drinking poems. At this moment, he was like a wild and uninhibited hero under the sword. At this moment, he was like a master of calligraphy. The words displayed wisdom and art to the extreme, releasing a soul-stirring charm. After reciting the last word, the wall exploded with a loud bang. The priceless chapter was completely destroyed. The Yun sect scholars all had red eyes. No. They hadn't seen enough yet. When the young man turned around, his smile was bright and his posture wild. The sunlight passed through the hole in the wall and shined on his body, covering him in a golden glow. In that instant, it was like a god had come to life. Chapter 130. Chu Tian's wonderful performance was not only seen by the people present. In a small loft not far away, an old man and a young girl also stood up. Their faces were filled with shock as they watched this scene. This old man was Yun Tianhe. This young girl was naturally Yun Yarrow. When the Yun sect was in trouble, someone came to inform them. When Yun Yarrow and Yun Tianhe arrived, Yun Yarrow immediately recognized that the person holding Jiang Qi was Lu Ren. The two of them did not even have time to show themselves before they saw Chu Tian's performance. That flowing 8,000 ancient characters was like a flash in the pan, completely shocking their hearts. To Yun Yarrow, she never would have thought that this young man would be so knowledgeable, being able to understand the ancient elven language so well. This was something that not a single master in Central State City could do. The one who was truly shocked was of course Yun Tianhe. Yun Tianhe was a very knowledgeable scholar, so he was very clear on the value of the complete preface to the medicinal nerve. This young man could completely recite it, so his attainments in this field already made it hard for Yun Tianhe to catch up to him. Genius? No. There were geniuses everywhere in this era. Genius was not enough to describe him. An Evildor, an out-and-out Evildor. Yun Tianhe couldn't hold it in any longer. He was about to charge down and personally greet this genius. Who would have thought that at this time, Yun Yarrow would stop Yun Tianhe? What is grandfather in a rush for? Don't you want to see his other skills? Yun Tianhe's heart skipped a beat, but he was also a little worried. You can be assured, Yun Yarrow said to Yun Tianhe, I know this person's style. For him to appear here today, it means that he already planned this. He came to see me. As long as we don't show ourselves, he will continue to cause trouble until we have no choice but to show ourselves. This was a strange talent. He was a strange talent. He was unmoved by force or persuasion. Unless he wanted to do it, no one could force him to do something he didn't want to do. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Chu Tian to display his talent and open the eyes of the Yun sect. It would also allow Yun Tianhe to see what a true expert was. All right, let's watch again. Yun Tianhe was very curious. How many unexpected things could this young man do? As for the Yun sect's face, that was not something he cared about at all. It was time to attack the Yun sect's increasingly pompous style of study. Yun Guangyan, Gao Haoran, Li Tai, and everyone else present were all dumbstruck. How was this possible? The elves had a much longer history than the human race. They had created hundreds of languages and words, and their complexity was rarely seen. Not to mention a small kingdom, even the scholars of a big empire might not necessarily know the ancient era's elves' language. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. He did have some real talent. Just this move alone was enough to make him a fully deserving genius. No one present could hope to catch up to him. What's wrong? Are you all stupid? The Yun sect standard is only SOSO. Chu Tian placed the sword back on Jiang Qi's neck. A question that even a child can answer, and you think you're qualified to challenge me? Chu Tian swore. He really didn't mean to anger them. In the future, this medicine divine scripture was something that alchemy apprentices had to learn. They had to be familiar with it and they had to be able to memorize it. There were several mainstream elven languages that every scholar had to learn. Gao Haoran and Li Tai's faces turned livid. They never thought that things would develop to this point. This was a big problem. Forget about the Yun sect's reputation, the two of them were the great disciples of the great scholar Jiyu Qianqiu. If they couldn't even deal with a brat that was still wet behind the ears, what face would they have left? The two of them looked at each other. Li Tai stood up. Although I don't know where you got this prologue from, do you think you can be so arrogant with just this? Today we'll let you know that there is always someone better than you out there. Junior apprentice brother Li is knowledgeable and has studied history and history. Even teacher has praised him for his knowledge. Gao Haoran said to Chu Tian with a proud face, I am proficient in rune arrays. Although I can't say I have inherited teacher's legacy, I have learned 20 to 30% of it. We'll give you a chance to challenge us. Who do you want to compete with and how you want to compete? Just come. The two masters were going to personally make a move. The Yun sect members felt their spirits rise. The two of them were the great disciples of the great scholar Jiyu Qianqiu, but they were also ordinary people. How could Chu Tian place them in his eyes? He calmly said, it's too troublesome, let's play together. Chu Tian directly interrupted them. First bring out 10 tables of symbol array chess and then bring out the ancient books. I want to play chess with you and compete in knowledge at the same time. Symbol array chess was a special kind of chess game. Using the array as the chessboard and the runes as the flags, they would compete against each other. Not only was it a test of a person's wisdom and strategy, it was also a direct test of one's attainments in the field of symbol array chess. This kind of chess was very different from traditional chess because it used the array as the chessboard. There were thousands of array diagrams in the world, right? Using runes as the chess pieces, there were hundreds of millions of runes in the world. They were ever-changing, filled with endless tricks, filled with endless mysteries. A person who could play symbol array chess could already be proud of being an array master. A person who could play symbol array chess could be considered a peak expert. A person who could play 10 games of symbol array chess. And his opponents were all Yun sect masters. This was something that had never happened before. Not to mention that Chu Tian said he would accept all kinds of challenges from the Yun sect while playing chess. He would compete in knowledge, experience, and knowledge. The ancient books he used were all from the Yun sect. This was undoubtedly putting him in a very disadvantageous position. Why would he do this? Was there a hole in his brain? No, it was clearly not. This was confidence, an incomparably strong confidence. This was even more of a disdain, a blatant disdain. Jiao Haoran was also confused from his anger. Good. 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 Then let's compete. Yun Guangyan's face turned livid. This was too exaggerated. Even if the Yun sect won, they would lose all their prestige. Everyone did not dare to be negligent and immediately began to prepare. In just a short while, they had set up 10 chessboards. The chessboards were very strange. They were all made of beast skin. There were triangular, pentagonal, oval, and hexagonal array diagrams drawn on them. It was not hard to see from the light that they were all effective array diagrams. As long as various runes were placed on them, they could form an effective source energy array. The talisman array chess used runes as chess pieces and used a source energy brush to draw them. The two sides would fight in the array diagram and destroy the other side's layout, forming their own array. 10 sets of array diagrams, each one different. The Yun sect brought out a large bookshelf that had large amounts of ancient books collected by the Yun sect. There were many contents that the Yun sect could not decipher. There's only half an incense stick of time left. Chu Tian nodded with satisfaction. I don't want to make it hard for you. If I can't win even one of the 10 games in half an incense stick of time, then it's my loss. If I can't decipher one of the ancient books, then it's my loss. Let's begin. Jiao Haoran coldly snorted and said, you first. Then I won't be polite. Chu Tian held the source energy brush in his hand and without even thinking, he calmly wrote down the array diagrams. 10 complex runes fell onto the different array diagrams. Jiao Haoran's expression changed. The talisman array chessboard was not like a normal chessboard. The talisman array chessboard was ever-changing. Not only did it have changes in shape and content, it also had changes in attributes and laws. A normal array master could only play 2-3 types of chessboards in their lifetime. When faced with a strange array, the chess player had to first decipher the array and then write down the layout. This was a very difficult matter. But what about Chu Tian? With a glance, he wrote down a stroke. It was clean and neat, without any sloppiness at all. If the runes did not conform to the rules of the array, they would be rejected by the array and would disappear without a trace. Therefore, it was impossible for the runes that were scribbled randomly to fit the array diagram. These 10 runes were engraved onto the array diagram, shining brightly and releasing an aura. This meant that these 10 runes perfectly conformed to the array diagram. The most terrifying thing was, he had never seen a single one of these 10 runes before. In this talisman array chess battle, one of the most important things was to destroy the opponent's layout and prevent the array from reaching the large success realm. Now he didn't even know what the opponent had written, so how could he decipher it? Chu Tian saw the constipated expression on the old man's face and laughed as he said, "Don't be embarrassed. Your Yun sect can come together and fight with me. You're going too far. Old Jiao, we'll help you." The Yun sect's people were filled with righteous indignation. They surrounded the 10 chessboards and began a heated discussion. When Li Tai saw this, the corner of his eyes twitched a few times. With a cold snort, he took out an ancient book from his summer vacation and threw it over. "What is recorded in here?" Chu Tian slapped Jiang Qi's neck, knocking him out. He casually caught the ancient book. Dragon language. To be more accurate, it's the new dragon language from the ancient era. It records a story. The crystal dragon king Amashurus was born in the Bronze Age year 1331 and died in the Bronze Age year 3412. He dominated the Du-Mu Plains for 500 years and was the founder of the dark blood dragon Cliff. He received the blessings of the Dragon Emperor and has a total of 9 descendants. They are, what kind of complicated dragon language was this? Even a single symbol or punctuation would take several days for a knowledgeable scholar to study. Chu Tian was like reading a storybook as he flipped through the pages. He read the entire life of the Dragon King without missing a single word. This was a very precious document. Even Li Tai himself was a treasure. Although it was not a cultivation technique or a recipe, it was a record of a powerful dragon's life. It included where he explored, where he built his nest, and where he was buried after he died. From these words, there was a high chance that they would find an ancient ruin. Chu Tian flipped through it once before closing the ancient book. This is the new dragon language's low-level language. It is the language used by the low-level dragon race. So, this so-called Crystal Dragon King is not a high-level dragon. This kind of writing is not challenging at all. Chu Tian waved his hand. The ancient book fell back onto the shelf. It was time to write. After Gao Howren and the others had studied it, they had already placed a rune on each of the 10 chessboards. There was an offensive, a defensive, a disguise, and a probing. Chu Tian ignored them all. Without even thinking about it, the 10 runes fell onto the array. The runes reflected the previous one, but their styles were all different. Gao Howren and the Yun sect experts all broke out in a cold sweat. What was this? Why could they not understand it at all? Gao Howren secretly said to the others, "This brat's array is strange. He actually used runes that we have never seen before, so it is impossible to break it. There is only one method now, drag it out." That's right, drag it out. They did not know how to break it or how to defend it, so they could only drag it out. They would first occupy the array's eye and block the brat's runes, destroying the array. Even if they could not defend it, they could at least drag it out. Didn't this brat confidently say that he would lose if he did not win a single game in half an incense stick of time? Then they would drag it out until he lost. A single person playing 10 games was a very difficult task. It required a very strong memory and strict logic. There were several dozen talisman array chess experts present, including Gao Howren. They used all kinds of shameless methods to disturb his thoughts, break his rules, and block his path. Not to win, but to delay his defeat. Not to win, but to delay his defeat. How could Chu Tian not see through their thoughts? But with these idiots' talisman array skills and chess skills, they wanted to stop his arrangement. They were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Chapter 131. At this moment, the Yun sect realized that the Central States #1 Scholar Alliance was facing an unprecedented challenge. The common-clothed youth that everyone looked down on was actually pressuring over 100 scholars to the point where they couldn't breathe. The Yun family juniors were all shocked. The Yun sect scholars were all recruited by the Yun family from large organizations, and those that entered the Yun sect were not ordinary people. It was because of this that their noses were usually high up in the sky. They always felt that they were a level above others and disdained the normal Yun family juniors. When people faced the high and mighty masters, they only dared to respect them and not feel disgusted. This was because they were people at the peak of their fields. Even if they were a bit arrogant or wild, it was still reasonable. However, the young man was leisurely strolling around with his body free and unfettered. His clear smile did not disappear at all. The Yun sect scholars acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They were all covered in sweat as they whispered to each other. They did not even dare to breathe loudly, as if the situation was very serious. Who was strong and who was weak, it was clear with a single glance. This was only the beginning. The Yun family juniors felt like their world had been turned upside down. These masters that they worshipped were actually working together to fight against a common-clothed brat. The most unbelievable thing was that even though they were working together, they were still at a clear disadvantage. Since you claim to be knowledgeable and omniscient, then let me ask you. Li Tai asked in a sharp voice, how many eras has the continent experienced and what are the characteristics of each era? This question seemed very simple. It was actually very hard to answer. The answer to the question itself was controversial and contradictory. No matter how accurate Chu Tian's answer was, Li Tai could still find a way to refute him. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile and casually replied, "Since the birth of the world, it has been divided into 4 eras. The absolute beginning world has been around for billions of years. The continent has gone through the process of being created from nothing. During this era, the world was dead and there were almost no living beings. It was the time when matter and laws were being created. The absolute beginning world was divided into 9 eras, which are..." Chu Tian gave a long and eloquent speech. The 9 eras, how they formed, how they developed, and how they ended were all clearly explained. This made Li Tai completely dumbfounded. He could not find a single point to refute. Chu Tian's answer was impeccable and it even solved countless mysteries. After the absolute beginning world ended, the continent entered the famous Great World. The Great Desolate Era lasted for about 10 million years. The laws of the continent gradually improved and life began to be born. Legend has it that countless ancient demons, ancient gods, and divine beasts were born during this period. The Great Desolate Era was divided into 5 stages. The primordial world lasted for over 1 million years. The primordial world was the pinnacle of history. Life on the Great Desolate Continent was as abundant as the stars in the sky. All sorts of civilizations were competing to shine, and countless powerful races emerged one after another. Among them, the more representative ones are, when the primordial world and the primordial world developed to its peak, because the continent was so large, even light would need several years to reach the other side. This caused the local laws to differ. Because there were too many laws clashing and opposing each other, the Great Wilderness Continent was torn apart. In the end, the Great Wasteland Continent exploded, and each fragment became an independent continent, forming an independent spacetime plane. They produced relatively independent laws, and from then on, the gods and devils fell. Chu Tian described the origin and evolution of the entire world in detail. He described all the symbolic events that had occurred and even the important people that had appeared. The young boys and girls of the Yun family were dumbfounded as they listened. This was because the content was so strange and dazzling that they had never heard of it before. Even Li Tai was speechless. The academic world already had a general understanding of the origin and development of the world, but there had never been anyone like this person who could divide each period into multiple stages and explain them clearly. "You said that our continent was formed from a fragment of the Great Wilderness Continent that exploded." A young girl wearing the Yun family's clothing couldn't help but ask, "Then do the other fragments still exist?" Chu Tian easily passed through the 10 array boards and calmly added a rune to the array board. When he heard the question, he calmly replied, "Of course they exist. Although the Great Wilderness Continent has collapsed, it has not disappeared. I believe that one day, we will break through the planar barrier and reconnect to the other continents. We will explore the resources on them and compete with the races of other planes." The young disciples of the Yun family were all shocked. Was this true? This continent was vast and boundless, and it was still growing, making it impossible for people to explore its boundaries. It turned out that it was only a part of the Great Wasteland Continent. In that case, when the Great Wasteland Continent was complete, just how great of a world was it? Chu Tian did not seem like he was competing with the Yun sect at all. At this moment, he seemed like a teacher giving a history lesson to the students. Yun Guangyan was enraged. He stared at the curious faces of the young disciples. "What are you doing? Aren't you ashamed? Why aren't you scramming to the side?" The Yun family disciples revealed resentful expressions. They still had many questions they wanted to ask, but with the elder here, they could only helplessly retreat to the side. Yun Guangyan coldly snorted and said, "You're full of nonsense. Do you have any evidence to prove your word?" Chu Tian laughed. "Then what evidence do you have to prove that I'm speaking nonsense?" Yun Guangyan looked at Li Tai. Li Tai also had an expression like he had eaten shit, humph. Although he added in a large amount of assumptions and guesses, the general experience is not bad. Li Tai never thought that Chu Tian would be able to answer this question so flawlessly. As for the study of the origin of the world, that was what his teacher had heard when he went to the large countries to study. Even in those large countries, It was only a rudimentary foundation and there was no definite explanation. Li Tai then asked, "I'll ask you again. Do you know how many civilizations have appeared on the continent and how many eras the human civilization has gone through?" After the Great Desolate Continent shattered, almost all of the immortal life forms of the Great Desolate Era perished. However, those who possessed the bloodline of the ancient gods and ancient devils managed to survive. They gradually multiplied and formed groups. This process took about 800,000 years. First there were the demons, heaven race, dragons, elves, spirit beasts, and other civilizations. After these civilizations prospered and declined, the human civilization that was known as the Sixth Civilization was born. During the demons and heaven races era, there were very few intelligent races on the continent. The two ancient races drank blood and did not establish an empire. During the dragons and elves era, there were 4 different stages of civilization. But because the two races lived too long and had a slow metabolism, their civilization progressed slowly. In the end, they were replaced by the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts era had 8 stages of civilization. The spirit beasts multiplied very quickly and created several super empires, creating a very glorious era. Until 20,000 years ago, when the human race began to rise on the eastern side of the continent. The human race was a race that had an advantage over the spirit beasts. The human race had the wisdom of the dragons and the learning ability of the elves, so they had more potential than the spirit beasts. Other than that, the human race had a very short lifespan, so they had a very strong reproductive ability. They also stood on the ruins of the previous civilizations, so they created a civilization even faster. At this time, someone couldn't help asking, why is it that the human race has a short lifespan is stronger? Good question. Chu Tian raised his pen and looked at that person. If you had a lifespan of 10,000 years, how do you think your life would change? This. That person could not imagine it. What a joke. 10,000 years. Then what was he afraid of? Of course he would find a safe place to live a carefree and safe life. With 10,000 years of time, no matter how slow his learning speed was, he would not lose to any grandmaster. The young man's eyes that shined like stars seemed to be able to see through one's soul. Because your lifespan is too long, living for 10 years like a day, your initiative will be worn down and you won't be racing against time to learn. Your life will become leisurely and comfortable and your cultivation will become relaxed and casual. The dragons can sleep for 10 years and the elves are immersed in art for a long time. This will cause their civilization to develop slowly and the entire race will lack initiative. When Chu Tian said this, he suddenly paused. On the other hand, when cultivation, learning, and reproduction are all compressed into a short 70 years of life, more life can only be obtained through cultivation. At this time, everyone will be racing against time to cultivate, fighting against the heavens and making wasting time a sin. That will be a completely different scene. Other than that, the world is fair. Races with long lifespans have a low reproductive rate and races with short lifespans have a very fast reproductive rate. No matter how strong the dragons and elves are, they will be replaced by the spirit beasts and humans in the end. This is an inevitability of history. Not only do humans have a stronger reproductive rate than the spirit beasts, compared to the barbaric spirit beasts, humans are more intelligent and have a better learning ability. Therefore, the humans dominating the continent is an inevitability of history. Since our human race rose 20,000 years ago, we have been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the elves and spirit beasts. In another 10,000 years, the human population will increase by 10 times and our civilization will increase by 100 times. We will definitely become an overlord. The more Chu Tian spoke, the more mysterious everyone became. In the end, they all felt like they were enlightened and at the same time, they felt a deep sense of pride for their race. So the human race was this strong. A short lifespan was not a good thing for an individual, but for an entire race, it was not a bad thing. The young men and women all revealed looks of worship. Knowledgeable. Wisdom. This young man who was around their age was too strong, he was not boasting at all. He knew everything from the heavens to the earth, he knew everything from the past to the present. No wonder he dared to challenge the Yun sect. This young man really did have this kind of ability. Unknowingly, the 10 chessboards were covered in runes. It was clear that the array game had reached its climax. 10 chessboards. Each chessboard had over 100 runes. Even just looking at a single chessboard was enough to make a person dizzy. Chu Tian moved between the 10 chessboards, and each time he made a move, it was like 10 different chessboards were already engraved in his mind. It had to be known. Not only was he playing 10 chessboards, he was also playing arrays with dozens of opponents. He was also dealing with Li Tai's tricky questions. The scholars led by Gao Haoran didn't know where to attack, so they used a large-scale delaying tactic. They were guarding the key points of the chessboards. As long as Chu Tian didn't break through these points, he couldn't use the chessboards to form a complete array. What made people scratch their heads was, Chu Tian pretended like he didn't know anything. He didn't attack at all and just focused on setting up the chessboards. Gao Haoran's group revealed looks of joy. More than half the time had passed, and with the defenses they had set up, it would be impossible for Chu Tian to break them in a short amount of time. Can you translate the contents of this beast hide? Li Tai threw over a tattered beast hide. This beast hide should have come from a high-level demon beast. Even after several hundred years, it still didn't show any signs of corrosion. This is a cultivation technique recorded in the spirit beast language. Chu Tian opened the beast hide and began to recite it. Of course, the language he used was the corresponding spirit beast language. One hand holding the scroll, the other holding a pen. As he recited, he walked over and placed another rune on the 10 chessboards. Was this brat really omnipotent? Li Tai felt a deep sense of helplessness. He had already taken out several of the most difficult and complicated ancient books, but in front of this youth, they were as simple as children's books. There was no other way. There was simply no other way. This youth was like a god possessed him. There was nothing he didn't know. There was nothing he didn't know. Asking questions really wasn't difficult for him. It seemed like he could only stall for time and make him lose on the chessboard. Li Tai continued to ask questions. The ancient books on the bookshelf were thrown over one by one. No matter where he pointed, Chu Tian would answer without the slightest bit of hesitation. The 10 chessboards had already reached their peak. Each chessboard was filled with several hundred runes, but they were all in harmony from start to finish. There was no sign of them attacking each other at all. Time is almost up. You haven't won a single game, so you've already lost. What else do you have to say? The scholars all had red eyes. Now that things had reached this point, they didn't even care about their face anymore. It was fine as long as Chu Tian lost. Chu Tian shook his head and said, "It's not that I can't win, it's just that I don't want to win." Nonsense. If you can't win, then you can't win. You haven't won a single game, so it can only be considered a draw. Chu Tian began to laugh. Actually, it's easy to win against you guys, but just making you guys lose is not challenging at all. So, I don't want you guys to lose one by one, but rather I want you guys to lose together. Make you guys lose together. Could such a thing really be done? The chessboard could change in the blink of an eye. It was impossible to predict the next move, so how could he control the 10 chessboards at the same time and make them all reach the same result? This kind of control was not something a human should have. Absolutely impossible. Chu Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly walked to the first diagram and wrote down a rune. Water element, 1000-wave array. The instant the rune was imprinted on the diagram. In an instant, rays of light shot out in all directions. The runes were all linked together and a powerful energy rippled out like a wave. Gao Haoran and the others had racked their brains and painstakingly laid down the runes, but they were like mud houses under a tsunami. Bang! They were all washed away. The momentum was like 10,000 horses trampling over them, not leaving a single trace behind. The chessboard was filled with a perfect and pure water attribute energy. Not only was this array successfully laid down, it was almost perfect. It was hard to believe. Light element, glimmer array. On the second chessboard, Chu Tian wrote down a rune. The runes on the diagram connected together and released a beautiful glow. The defensive runes that the Yun sect scholars had left behind all disappeared without a trace, like snow melting in the spring sun. The barrier that they had painstakingly laid down was like a dam being washed away by a flood, instantly disappearing without a trace. is impossible. Gao Howren was completely dumbfounded. He wrote down the third diagram and the array began to revolve. Flames soared into the sky and another array was formed. The runes that they had painstakingly laid down were instantly burned away, not leaving a single trace behind. The fourth, the fifth, the 10th. It was just like what Chu Tian had said. All 10 games were won in a single move, without any sloppiness at all. These self-righteous scholars had all lost at the same time. Ha, 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 ha. Now let's see who has lost. The young man threw the brush away and began to laugh into the sky. The Yun family youths couldn't help cheering. Too handsome. Beautifully won. This is a true great scholar. This young man's miraculous skills made them feel sincere admiration. As for being humiliated, that kind of thing did not exist. If both sides had similar strength, perhaps they would feel humiliated in this situation. But, was Chu Tian on the same level as the Yun sect scholars? The Yun sect people did not even have the qualifications to be his students. Think about it, a super knowledgeable great sage was competing with a country bumpkin who had just learned how to read. If the great sage won the country bumpkin, would the country bumpkin be so humiliated that he would have to jump off a building? What a joke! The great sage was competing with you. This was already giving you a lot of face. Rebel. You're all rebelling. Are you still part of the Yun family? Yun Guangyan's eyes turned red as he roared out, but his voice was a bit lacking in energy. Chapter 132. This was an unheard of face-slapping method. It was one thing for a person to play 10 games of chess, and it was one thing for a person to win more than 100 people by himself. But not only did he win, he had also calculated every move meticulously, allowing him to win 10 different games of chess at the same time. This was a godly technique. To be able to show off to such a crazy degree, perhaps only Chu Tian could do this in this world. Even Yun Tianhe and Yun Yarrow, who were watching from the sidelines, were completely shocked, not to mention the people who were personally experiencing it. Impossible. Impossible. The formation skill that Gao Howren was so proud of was a joke in the eyes of this youth. When he looked at the 10 stalemated chess games being broken one by one, when he saw the profound and perfect formations appearing on the formation diagram one by one, Gao Howren's eyes were filled with disbelief. With a loud roar, "Pu!" he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was like a withered straw in the wind as he powerlessly fell to the ground. Senior brother. Li Tai was filled with rage. Damn. I'll kill you. Li Tai's claws were like an eagle's, creating a fierce wind as he suddenly attacked Chu Tian. Now that things had reached this point, he could only tear him to pieces to resolve the hatred in his heart. Sore loser. Is this the Yun sect? Shut up. Die. Li Tai's attack was about to fall. Netherworld flickering flames. The Netherworld sword danced and a blue and white ice-cold flame was released. It was gorgeous and beautiful, just like a fire dragon, it wrapped around his body. Li Tai's mind was filled with rage, how could he care about anything else? He used his claws to tear apart the flames, but when his hands touched the flames, an evil, ice-cold, and corrosive power surged forward. The surging flames easily burned away his protective spirit energy, instantly dispersing most of the attack. Moreover, it caused Li Tai to suffer quite a bit of backlash. Li Tai did not care at all as he charged through the flames. He only had one goal in mind, to tear apart Chu Tian. But at this moment, Chu Tian activated his sword art and strangely disappeared from the flames. Fast. Too fast. It was almost at the same time that Chu Tian disappeared. Li Tai didn't even have the time to turn his head. A powerful sword light came from behind and heavily chopped onto Li Tai's protective spirit energy. Li Tai screamed miserably as he was sent flying. The little fox jumped onto Chu Tian's shoulder and forcefully blew on Li Tai. Whoosh! The dark red needle shot out and pierced through Li Tai's protective origin energy. It fiercely pierced through his chest and came out from his back. Then, it turned around and pierced through again. Li Tai's meridians were heavily injured. His elemental energy immediately collapsed. He fell heavily to the ground, completely losing the ability to fight. The little fox caught the little needle that flew back and jumped up and down on Chu Tian's shoulder excitedly, squeaking as it asked Chu Tian for credit. Chu Tian rolled his eyes. Even if you don't make a move, I can still deal with this kind of trash. No one had expected this. Not only was the young man knowledgeable, but he also possessed a powerful combat ability. Li Tai was still a triple awakened soul cultivator. Although his aura had been defeated and his mind was in chaos, with his powerful cultivation base, how could an ordinary person deal with him? He had instantly defeated a young man with a triple awakened soul. How many people could be found in Central State City? Such a miraculous young man. You're going too far. A terrifying aura was released. Yun Guangyan pulled out his saber and an incomparably sharp saber chi flew at Chu Tian. Gao Haoran and Li Tai, although they had a triple awakened soul cultivation, they were still scholars. Their battle talent was very average, so their strength was not that strong. Yun Guangyan also had a triple awakened soul cultivation base, but his cultivation base was deeper than the two of them. His source spirit was a pure battle type, so even if the two of them worked together, they would not be Yun Guangyan's match. When Yun Guangyan's aura locked onto him, Chu Tian could feel that the other side was very strong. This person's strength was close to Chu Tongwen's. This kind of expert, Chu Tian had to be careful with his current strength. Ha, ha, come, let's fight to our heart's content today. Sword. Spirit energy condense. The black sword source spirit was faintly discernible. On the surface, it looked like it was forged from black jade, but it revealed a mysterious and vast aura. It was like it came from ancient times and contained the terrifying destructive power of a demon god. Such a strong source spirit. Yun Guangyan never would have thought that this young man's source spirit would actually be a sword source spirit. The most famous sword cultivating family in Central State City was the Chu family. They had the famous soul sword secret art, which was known as the #1 attack cultivation technique in Central State. Yun Guangyan had fought with many of the Chu family's geniuses and experts, so naturally he had seen many different kinds of strong sword source spirits. Compared to this young man, these sword source spirits were not on the same level. From the aura released by the source spirit, it was definitely the strongest and highest level source spirit he had ever seen, but a sword source spirit was a pure attack type source spirit. It greatly increased one's attack power and destructive might, but it did not increase any other aspects. Normally a sword source spirit owner would be a pure battle type cultivator. It was hard to imagine, how could a sword source spirit owner be related to a knowledgeable scholar? This source spirit had no way of increasing one's understanding of other field. This young man was too terrifying. He definitely could not be allowed to leave. Yun Guangyan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Those who insult my Yun sect, you must pay the price. I did not insult the Yun sect, it is just that your skills are not as good as others. Chu Tian retorted, a group of scholars that can't even afford to lose, do you think it's my turn to insult you? Yun Guangyan fumed, even the Chu family's swordsmen do not dare be this arrogant in front of me. Could it be that your sword is stronger than the Chu family's soul sword secret art? What did soul sword secret art count for? It was nothing more than an incomplete ancient sword art. The netherworld flame sword Chu Tian cultivated was from an even more ancient era. It evolved from an incomplete sword art. In terms of the profoundness and power of the cultivation technique, just the netherworld flame sword could easily kill the soul sword secret art. Of course the soul sword secret art was more suitable as a family cultivation technique. The netherworld flame sword was very strong, but it had too many restrictions. Normal people could not practice it at all, so it was only suitable as a secret skill. The saber in Yun Guangyan's hand released a bit of lightning and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a lightning saber. You're good with the sword and I'm good with the saber. Today we'll compete and see who is stronger. Yun Guangyan's body was covered in a faint lightning glow as his spirit energy condensed into a lightning saber. Saber source spirit. Yun Guangyan's source spirit was a saber source spirit. Just like Yun Yarrow, Yun Guangyan had the power of thunder, but it was not as pure as Yun Yarrow's. His saber source spirit only had a trace of thunder and lightning. Because of the power of his source spirit, the saber in Yun Guangyan's hand released lightning. It was like countless silver snakes twisting around it. Wherever it went, the air trembled, It clearly had a strong might. Lightning slash. Yun Guangyan stepped off the ground and soared into the sky. The saber turned into a bolt of lightning as it slashed at Chu Tian. Yun Guangyan's battle strength was still very strong. After adding the power of the thunder saber, each slash he sent contained the power of thunder. Not only did it increase its destructive power by 10 times, it also brought a strong negative effect to his opponent. Thunder and lightning were a kind of wild and violent natural energy. Not only could it restrain demons, it also had a terrifying destructive power. Yun Guangyan had condensed the thunder and lightning energy onto the saber, so the saber was covered in a strong electric current. Whether it was slashing the opponent's weapon, armor, or protective energy, the strong electric current would instantly spread across the opponent's body. It would instantly paralyze the opponent and make them lose their battle strength. Good move. The Netherworld sword was covered in blue and white flames. It did not dodge at all as it faced the attack head-on. This fool actually dared to block Yun Guangyan's saber. Was Yun Guangyan's saber that easy to block? Even an expert with a triple awakened soul would not dare to face it head-on, the moment the Netherworld sword and the thunder saber collided. Yun Guangyan did not feel any repulsive force, rather it was like he was cutting cotton. All of his strength poured out, but it was like he had met a greedy black hole that sucked all of it away. Everyone saw a very strange scene. The thunder on Yun Guangyan's saber began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flames on Chu Tian's Netherworld sword began to rise and the entire sword turned into a flaming sword. Yun Guangyan's face fell. What was going on with this fellow's sword? It could actually absorb thunder and lightning energy. What was even more incredible was that the flames on the sword could actually use the thunder and lightning energy as fuel, creating an even stronger flame. Break. Chu Tian gave a low roar. The Netherworld ghost flame was released and it violently attacked Yun Guangyan's saber. The saber was broken into several pieces and Yun Guangyan was sent flying several feet by the fierce force. One move. This fellow that came out of nowhere. He had actually sent an elder flying in a single move and even shattered the elder's saber. Yun Guangyan looked at the broken saber in his hand in a daze. This was a high-grade spirit weapon and it had actually been broken by the other side. The treasure sword in the other side's hand was definitely not a normal item. Yun Guangyan had clearly underestimated Chu Tian's strength. This young man was even more terrifying than he had imagined, but now that he had made his move, he could not back down. Even if he knew it was hard to deal with, he still had to brace himself. Even if he had to sacrifice himself, he had to protect the Yun sect's reputation. When Yun Guangyan was prepared to launch a wild counterattack. Enough. Don't you feel ashamed? A dignified and aged voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. An extremely terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon this place. Yun Guangyan's face fell. Patriarch. Yun Tianhe flew into the air and landed in the middle. He coldly looked at him. You still have the face to call me patriarch? The Yun family's face has been thrown away by you. From today onwards, you will be stripped of your elder position and sent to the northern courtyard to do odd jobs for 3 years. Yun Guangyan's face fell, but he did not dare refute him. He powerlessly said, yes. Li Tai stood up with difficulty. Old Yun, what is the meaning of this? We have done our best to protect the Yun sect, but your actions have chilled the hearts of the people of the Yun sect. Protect the Yun sect. You dare say your actions are protecting the Yun sect? When Yun Tianhe's powerful aura was released, everyone was pressured until they couldn't breathe. A loss is a loss. When has our Yun sect not been able to accept a loss? When did our Yun sect become a group of people who used their power to oppress others? From today onwards, you 3 fellow disciples are no longer members of the Yun sect. The contributions you've made to the Yun sect before, I will compensate you double. But, please leave. Li Tai trembled with anger. Yun Tianhe, you're burning the bridge after crossing the river. Yun Tianhe gave a cold snort and a terrifying pressure was released, forcing Li Tai to take several steps back. The Southern Summer Country's #1 scholar Jiu Chenqiu, I have the qualifications to sit on the same level as him. What do you count for? You're just an arrogant junior. Don't humiliate yourself. Good, good. I hope you won't regret this. Li Tai never would have thought that Yun Tianhe would turn his back on him and protect an outsider. But Yun Tianhe's cultivation was deep and immeasurable. Among the scholars of southern Xia, he was a leading figure. Li Tai did not want to suffer this loss and immediately left with his senior and junior brothers. This wonderful conflict was finally over. The Yun family youths all began to applaud. Peng. The netherworld sword was sheathed. Chu Tian turned to leave. Mister, take care. Yun Tianhe quickly changed his expression when he saw Chu Tian. He walked over with a laugh and bowed as he said, Mister is truly a great talent, allowing this old man to open his eyes. The Yun sect's neglect is due to this old man's lack of discipline. I ask Mister to come in and let this old man serve tea as an apology. Yun Yarrow walked over. All right, stop pretending. I know you're here to find us. Come in and talk. Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, all right then. Chapter 133. The youth that they had racked their brains to find had actually taken the initiative to cause trouble for the Yun sect, causing the Yun sect to lose several senior members. It could be said that they had suffered a heavy loss because of this. But this brat was just like how Yun Yarrow described him. He was a madman through and through. Yun Tianhe did not regret it at all. It didn't matter if those talented scholars left. Even if these people were added together, they could not compare to a single Chu Tian. This time Chu Tian had taught them a fierce lesson and set an example for the Yun sect. In the past few years, the Yun sect had become more and more pompous. They used their power to suppress others and bully the weak more and more. This made this originally peaceful scholar organization become more and more chaotic. Chu Tian's shocking talent was without a doubt. Personally coming out to knock on the Yun sect scholars was a warning to the Yun sect scholars. They would know that there was always someone better out there and they would be more restrained in the future. Of course, if they could recruit Chu Tian to the Yun sect. When Yun Tianhe thought of this problem, he felt his blood boil. This was not smoke coming from his ancestors' graves, it was like he was about to spit out fire. Yun Tianhe was a righteous old scholar and was different from the other family leaders. Even if Chu Tian was not willing to join the Yun sect, based on the grace he had given the Yun family, Yun Tianhe would not do something like biting the hand that fed him. Little mister, please have a seat. I've heard Yun Yarrow mention you before and meeting you today is truly the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Yun Tianhe personally opened the exquisite jade teapot, and a refreshing fragrance immediately filled the entire living room. Each tea leaf was sparkling and translucent, and it gave off a vigorous aura of life. After being placed in the water, runes appeared on the tea leaves, and a powerful life energy was released, causing the entire pot of tea to turn a jade-like emerald green. Chu Tian rubbed his chin. This tea is not bad. Yun Tianhe quickly introduced it. These are tea leaves from the Elven Kingdom and each one is hard to buy. The water used to make this tea comes from the spring of life, which can cleanse one's bones and prolong one's life. It can even increase one's cultivation base. Yun Yarrow couldn't help giving a soft snort. Even her grandfather couldn't bear to drink this tea. He was not stingy and had taken it all out today. From this, it could be seen how much he valued this fellow. Yun Tianhe had lived for almost 100 years, but he was as nervous as an apprentice seeing his teacher. He had too many questions to ask. But he didn't know if he should ask. This young man had an eccentric temperament. It would be bad if he neglected him. Yun Tianhe thought about it again and again. He could only push back the question and give him the best treatment. Chu Tian picked up the teacup but didn't even drink it. He just sniffed it and said, Elven green tea originating from the jadeite plains in the south. The wood elves planted it and watered it with crescent moon spring water for about 100 years. However, the superior tea elves keep the superior tea elves for their own enjoyment and sell the medium tea elves to their allies. Even among the inferior tea elves, your tea elves are considered inferior. Yun Tianhe was shocked. Just by smelling it, he knew the quality of the tea, the origin of the tea, and the planting method. Yun Yarrow was a little dissatisfied. You should be content. Do you know how rare this tea is? Yarrow, what are you saying? Yun Tianhe was a little dissatisfied. Go stand outside in the courtyard, don't disturb Mr. here. Hurry up and go. All right then. Yun Yarrow stared at Chu Tian and helplessly walked away. For a small country like the southern summer country to obtain the wood elves' green tea, even if it's inferior, it's not easy, so we can't be too demanding. Chu Tian put down the teacup. Only, your hospitality needs to be improved. There are clearly 2 people here, but you're only making a single cup of tea. Isn't that neglecting the guests? 2 guests. Where was there a second person? The little fox gave a snort. It stuck out its chest, stuck out its butt, and proudly crossed its claws. It stood up and stared at Yun Tianhe with a face filled with dissatisfaction. It seemed like it was saying, pouring tea for him but not for me. Are you looking down on this fox? Yun Tianhe was shocked. He really was worthy of being a strange person. It was very rare for a pet to be this intelligent. Oh, it's this old man's negligence. Yun Tianhe quickly brewed another cup of spirit tea. The little fox reached out with its 2 claws to grab the teacup. It did not care that the tea had just been boiled and opened its mouth to drink it all. It smacked its lips a few times, as if it was savoring the taste. Then it licked its lips with its pink tongue and revealed an expression of wanting to continue. It used its 2 claws to bring the teacup back. It used its claws to point at the empty teacup and then pointed at its mouth. More! Yun Tianhe quickly poured another cup. The little fox drank it all in one gulp. Truly strange. The energy in the spirit tea was not small. Such a small fox, wasn't it afraid of its body exploding? This little fox was too intelligent, it was simply like a human being. Yun Tianhe's attitude and performance made Chu Tian feel very satisfied. This old man was the head of the family and the Yun sect master, but he did not have any arrogance at all. He was very courteous to this man and fox. This kind of courteous attitude was rarely seen in this era. Yun Tianhe and Zhong Liqing were the same kind of people. This kind of person could be considered a true scholar. Yun Tianhe's knowledge, cultivation base, and status, they all surpassed Zhong Liqing by a large amount. Of the 4 great families of Central State, Chu Tian had already offended 3 of them. In order to gain a foothold in Central State, he had to win over one of them. Yun Tianhe said with a faint smile, "My granddaughter has an arrogant personality and has caused quite a bit of trouble for Mr. This old man will first offer a cup of apology and thank Mr. for taking care of my daughter. It was just a slight effort, it's not worth mentioning." Chu Tian took a small sip and a strange fragrance filled his mouth. It was like it could soak his body, making all the pores on his body open up, letting him breathe in the clear air. It really was worthy of being elven green tea. Little friend Lu has traveled thousands of miles to Central State. Do you have a place to stay? Yun Tianhe carefully probed, if you don't mind, how about staying at the Yun family's residence? Who knew? Yun Tianhe did not even have time to finish. A young man with a swollen face charged in from the door and shouted in an unclear voice, "Old sister, I was beaten by that bastard from the Luo family while visiting a brothel. You have to take revenge for me." Yun Yarrow stood at the door with an awkward look on her face. She gave a gentle cough. This unfilial son. Yun Tianhe's old face turned dark and he angrily slapped the table. "Yun Xiao, do you feel uncomfortable if you don't lose your grandfather's face?" When that swollen-faced youth saw Yun Tianhe, he was shocked. He gave an embarrassed smile and said, I'm sorry, I didn't see grandfather here. I haven't cultivated today, so I'll be leaving now. Come back here for me." The young man walked in front of Yun Tianhe with a crying face. Yun Tianhe shouted with a calm face, "What is going on now?" Yun Xiao honestly reported, "Grandson was peacefully studying in his room, but who would have thought that I would be led to the Miaoyu Square by a bunch of scoundrels? I just wanted to have the lead girl Yu Lian sing a few songs to relax, but who would have thought that the Luo family would come and cut in line? I was so angry that I fought with them, so convinced. Going to a brothel and not being able to get the lead girl, he actually came back to ask for help. This kind of person was truly rare in this world." Yun Tianhe's nose almost went crooked from his anger. "The Yun family's face has been lost by you. Starting from today, you'll be grounded for 2 months. You'll only need to study and cultivate, you're not allowed to take half a step outside." Yun Xiao's face fell. "Grandfather, aren't you trying to take my life? Yun Yao, why aren't you taking your little brother away?" blocking this little mister's face. Even if you don't find it shameful, I do. Wait a minute. Chu Tian stood up. Yun Tianhe quickly stood up. Does Mr. have any orders? Chu Tian walked in front of Yun Xiao and carefully looked him up and down. This bone structure is not bad, but his cultivation base is a bit weak. Yun Xiao was a bit unhappy hearing this. Brat, what are you muttering in front of me? This master is still in the first awakened soul layer. I don't think you're any higher than me. What qualifications do you have to judge this master? Peng. Be a bit more honest for me. Yun Xiao was hit by the cane and was stunned. What kind of situation was this? Even his grandfather had to give face to this little brat. Was he his grandfather's guest? Chu Tian pondered for a few seconds and suddenly made a decision. He turned to Yun Tianhe and said, Old man Yun, I don't think we should ground him. What? Old man Yun? Yun Xiao was stunned. How much courage did this fellow have, actually daring to call Yun Tianhe like this? This was the family head of one of the 4 great families. His strength was close to the true soul realm. It was not something Chu Tian could imagine. What Yun Xiao did not expect was that his grandfather was not angry at all. Rather he asked, what does Mr. mean? Chu Tian said, I'm missing a follower. Why don't you give him to me and let me train him for a few days? Perhaps there will be some unexpected changes. This deity wanted to train the Yun family. This was exactly what Yun Tianhe wanted. Yun Xiao was a direct descendant of the Yun family. He only knew how to eat, drink, and gamble all day, so he had already become the shame of the Yun family. This kind of hopeless fellow had actually caught the eye of this person. It really was a blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. Yun Tianhe grabbed his grandson's ear and roared, from today onwards, you will follow this little mister's side. You will be at his beck and call, serving him tea and water. You must serve him well, and if you dare be negligent, I'll break your legs. Do you hear me? Yun Xiao was completely stunned. This was the respected Yun family's eldest grandson. He had actually been sent to be an outsider's follower. Had his grandfather gone senile with age? Although Yun Xiao was filled with dissatisfaction, he did not dare show it. He could only brace himself and accept it. Yun Tianhe quickly asked Chu Tian, does Mr. have any other orders? As long as you say it, as long as it is within my abilities, this Yun will not refuse and will do my best to complete it. There's nothing else for now. Chu Tian pointed at the Yun siblings, have the 2 of them come with me. I want to visit the Yun sect. I should be able to satisfy this request, right? Yun Tianhe was shocked. Of course you can, of course you can. What are the 2 of you staring at? Why haven't you brought this little Mr. Lu to visit yet? I'll have to trouble you. The little fox wanted to grab the teapot. Chu Tian grabbed it by the neck and pulled it up. It was enjoying its tea, but it was suddenly interrupted. The little fox could only angrily protest at its master. Of course, this master who did things his own way did not care about its protests at all. Chu Tian brought Yun Yarrow and the Yun siblings, and before he left, he said to Yun Tianhe, I will be bringing the young master to do a few things during this period of time. I hope that old Yun will not interfere. When the time is right, I will naturally cooperate with the Yun family. If there is anything I need to do during this period, I will have Yun Yarrow pass on the message. See if it's possible. Yun Tianhe knit his brows. It was just as Yun Yarrow said. This fellow coming to the Yun sect had been planned from the beginning. What was his goal? Yun Tianhe really wanted to know the answer, but he could only suppress his curiosity. Please be assured. I won't ask about it. Chu Tian nodded his head in satisfaction. He needed to borrow the Yun family's strength, but it was not suitable for a large-scale battle. Yun Xiao was the most common playboy in the Yun family, so there were some plans that could be completed through him. There was no need to go through Yun Tianhe at all. Chapter 134. The brother and sister showed him around the Yun sect. The Yun sect sounded like a sect, but it was actually a private academic organization. They mainly focused on alchemy, talisman, weapon refining, arrays, cultivation techniques, and martial arts research. Central State Academy was a public institution and the Yun sect was a private institution. The Yun sect's requirements to recruit members were much higher than Central State Academies. Central State Academy students came in every few years, but the Yun sect did not graduate. Scholars were all equal. Most of the Yun sect scholars were Central State Academy's lecturers. Of course, there were also some who were the most outstanding graduates. The Yun sect is Central State City's largest research organization. There are over 80 laboratories and it has the best research environment and resources in Central State. You have to know that every year in Central State City, at least a third of the new knowledge comes from the Yun sect. It drives the entire business and military development. Isn't it amazing? Not bad. The Yun sect really did have some capital. Among the four great families, the Chu family was a martial artist, the Luo family was a politician, and the Ye family was a private army. Only the Yun family was suitable to cooperate with Chu Tian. Young Master Yun Xiao had a swollen pig head as he swaggered in front. His face was filled with arrogance as he introduced himself. As for me, I am the Yun sect's little white dragon. People call me the young married woman killer. Not only am I handsome, I have also practiced the 13 thunder blades to perfection. Once a blade comes out, it is as fast as lightning and no one can block it, so you have to be careful, little brat. Although grandfather told me to follow you, there is still a difference in status, so don't expect me to serve you. This fellow's face could compare to father's. Yun Yarrow knit her brows and kicked him. Stop farting here. The 13 thunder blades is the Yun family's high-level martial art. If you practice it to perfection, would you still be beaten into a pig head every time? Yun Xiao let out a squeal like a pig being slaughtered as he held his butt that had almost been kicked. Old sister, in front of outsiders, can you give me some face? No matter what, I am still the Yun family's benchmark of handsome men. This was truly infuriating. Why was the Yun family's third generation so disappointing? This little brother's talent was not bad. If he was willing to cultivate properly, he would not be inferior to the purple lightning young master and the pressure on Yun Yarrow would not be this big. Chu Tian rubbed his chin and said with a smile, 13 thundering blades. This saber technique sounds domineering, but I wonder how powerful it actually is. Yun Xiao revealed a look of disdain. You want to fight? Let me tell you, among the people who use blades in Central State City, this young master is one of the best, always drawing blood. I advise you to give up on this idea, otherwise you will just be asking for trouble. The little fox looked like it was about to vomit. This level of shamelessness is almost half of masters. How could there be such a pretentious person in this world? Chu Tian turned around and said, then let's give it a try. Make your move. When Yun Xiao saw that Chu Tian was really challenging him and was arrogantly showing his back to him, he couldn't help being enraged. What do you mean by this? The 13 thunderclap blades was known for its speed. If you dare to leave your back to me, aren't you courting death? This way, even if I kill you, it will be an unfair victory. This young master is an open and above-board person. This kind of thing is beneath me. Say that again if you can hit me, good little brat. I'll let you see how strong this young master's saber technique is. Yun Yarrow's fingertips released sparks. With a flick of her finger, it hit Yun Xiao's face. Ayo! Yun Xiao covered his pig face and angrily shouted, old sister, why did you sneak attack me? You could hit anywhere, but you actually hit my face that I regard as important as my life. Do you know that I will rely on this face to make a living in the future? Yun Yarrow glared at him and then looked over at Chu Tian. This idiot. He didn't even know what kind of person he was facing. Even Yun Tianhe was respectful towards him. Was he someone a waste like him could provoke? Yun Xiao's eyes narrowed and he began to laugh. I understand. Old sister. You want to teach him a lesson, right? With your status as one of the 4 young masters, it's not convenient for you to make a move. This kind of small matter should be given to this little brother. Yun Yarrow gave a sigh. Forget it. Let Lu Ren properly beat this idiot up. Yun Xiao arrogantly said to Chu Tian, hey, little brat, are you ready? This young master's saber is very fast, don't be chopped down before you can even react. Too much nonsense, hurry up and make your move. Chu Tian slowly closed his eyes and opened his mind's eye. Everything in the world was covered by his divine sense. Yun Xiao's body trembled. Although he did not understand the mind's eye, He could feel that there was an invisible energy that directly penetrated his body. What was going on? Father doesn't believe it. Saber. Yun Xiao released a bolt of lightning that condensed into a long saber. Although he also had a thunder-attributed saber source spirit, Yun Xiao's saber spirit was longer and narrower. It was not as rough and it was covered in runes. It was filled with an ancient aura and had a terrifying destructive might. Watch this move. Yun Xiao pulled out the saber from his waist and stabbed at Chu Tian's back like a bolt of lightning. In the end, Chu Tian acted like a prophet and the saber brushed past him, easily dodging the attack. The saber chi mixed with lightning flew out and left a saber mark on the ground. Damn. Consider yourself lucky. Watch this saber. In the end, it was still easily dodged. Yun Xiao's nose almost went crooked from his anger. This brat was like a loach. He was flustered and exasperated, but he did not believe it. He completely released his saber art. The 13 Thunder Blades was indeed the Yun family's famous technique. Fast, fierce, and strong. Each saber contained a strong destructive might and once it was released, it was like an unstoppable bolt of lightning. Only under Chu Tian's mind's eye, it was full of flaws and was not worth mentioning. When the last saber was released, Chu Tian suddenly turned to the side. When the saber passed in front of him, he gently pinched it with his 2 fingers, accurately hitting the weakest point of the saber and forcefully twisting it. Pa! The saber broke on the spot. When the lightning exploded, Chu Tian had already prepared the starlight immortal body to protect himself, but Yun Xiao had been sent flying by the explosion. His already swollen face turned black like coal and his hair stood up like chicken feathers. Chu Tian opened his eyes. He was not injured at all and revealed a faint smile. How is it? Damn it. How did you see through the 13 Thunder Blade? Chu Tian patted the dust off his clothes. If you want to learn, then I'll teach you a few moves. Yun Xiao awkwardly crawled up and followed with a face filled with worship. I understand. No wonder you had a way to teach that old man a lesson. You really do have some skills. Teach me a few moves. Otherwise, every time I go to a prostitute. Oh no, I mean listen to a song and get beaten up by others, but when I come back, I'll be beaten up again. Chu Tian rubbed his chin and said, there is a condition. Yun Xiao suddenly became very alert. From today onwards, you will be my big brother. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to go north, I won't go south. Yun Yarrow wanted to find a hole to hide in. How did the Yun family give birth to such a clown? He was the Yun family's eldest grandson. This was too shameful for the Yun family. This matter might not be a bad thing for you. I have a good idea on how to make money. Chu Tian gave a mysterious smile. We'll work together. If we make money, I'll give you 2/10. The 2 of them had been pampered since they were young. How could they think about making money? This was the first time they had heard of this new matter. Only 10% for the 2 of us? Yun Yarrow snorted and said, are you trying to send away beggars? Yun Xiao was very interested. Money was just a number to him. The main point was the fun. Actually, money doesn't matter. The main point is whether it's fun or not. Don't look down on this 10%. It's already very impressive. Chu Tian gave a mysterious smile. I won't tell you the specifics for now, but this matter can't be done by one person. Other than you 2, I will need the help of others. Everyone will have a share, so if it's calculated like this, I will at most take 60%. This wasn't a lot. The 2 siblings were stunned. But Chu Tian's heart was at ease. This was the so-called capable people do more work. If it wasn't for the fact that you 2 had some use, you 2 wouldn't even be able to get a single copper coin. Yun Yarrow was also a bit interested in this matter. She had 100% trust in Chu Tian's ability. He was the same as Yun Xiao, he did not lack money. She was just curious as to what method he would use to make money. As for whether it's fun or not, I can't guarantee it for other people, but for you, it's very suitable. Why? Chu Tian looked at Yun Xiao a few times. You really like to act. You really like to be in the limelight. Yun Xiao was not ashamed at all. What's wrong with that? A man has to act. Your acting posture isn't right. Chu Tian was a master of acting, so he used his professional eyes to judge this rising star. In these next 2-3 days, I will give you some pointers and let you know how to act properly. Yun Xiao scratched the back of his head, but does it have anything to do with making money? Chu Tian gave a mysterious smile. It has a lot to do with it. Not only can you make money, it can also make you the center of attention and make the Central State Academy's students worship you. Don't you like this kind of feeling? Yun Xiao's eyes lit up. Wouldn't there be countless beauties throwing themselves at me? Chu Tian nodded. If you can reach 100th of my level, this isn't hard to achieve. Then what were they waiting for? Let's begin. Not to mention money. Even if he didn't have money, he, young Master Yun, would still be willing. Let's start with your blade technique. This blade technique isn't good, we need to change it. Yun Xiao was stunned. How do we change it? 13 blades is too many, we'll simplify it a bit and leave 3 blade. The Yun siblings revealed looks of shock. The reason why the 13 thundering blades became the Yun family's famous cultivation technique was that the power of this blade technique was constantly increasing. Each blade was stronger than the last, and each blade was accumulating power for the next blade. The last blade was the most powerful. 13 blades had been reduced to 3 blades. Wouldn't it be able to instantly accumulate power and destroy the enemy in one go? After the 13 thunderblades was reduced to 3 blades by Chu Tian, its might would not decrease, rather it would increase. The value of this martial art would increase by more than 10 times. Chu Tian said to Yun Yarrow, let's split up first. Bring the Central State Academy's teaching materials over, I want to look over all of them. I also need some herbs. Some of them are for Yun Xiao and some of them are for me, so I'll have to trouble you to bring them over for me. Yun Yarrow and Yun Xiao did not know what Chu Tian was thinking at all. But if Chu Tian wanted to bring the teaching materials, then he would go. Who told his grandfather to follow Chu Tian's requests? Yun Tianhe was one of the Central State Academy's deans, so what couldn't Chu Tian see? Yun Yarrow immediately went over. Yun Xiao said in a stunned voice, what are we doing? Chu Tian said to him, I'll give you everything you want to learn in the next 2 days. I'll say the ugly words first, I don't have the patience. In at most 3 days, if you want to learn, you'll have to suffer a bit. Yun Xiao gave 3 loud laughs. What are you afraid of? I don't have any other skills, but I'm not afraid of suffering. Chu Tian nodded with a faint smile and said, do you know why I asked you to follow me? Because I like your attitude. Since it's like this, then let's begin. Yun Xiao looked at Chu Tian's smile. He did not know why, but he suddenly shivered, as if he was a little regretful. Chapter 135. After his grandson and granddaughter were taken away by the mysterious young man, there had been no news of them for 2 days and 2 nights. This made Yun Tianhe a little worried. Although Yun Yarrow was an illustrious soul realm expert at the 4th awakened soul layer and could be considered a peak expert in Central State City, she still lacked experience. The mysterious young man was talented, but he was still too young. He was also arrogant, so he wouldn't cause any trouble, right? As for his grandson, Yun Tianhe did not even think about it. Had this beast not done anything good before? The most important thing was, Yun Tianhe was also very curious. What did Chu Tian bring the 2 of them to do? Although he didn't want them to contact him, running over to Peep wasn't taking the initiative to contact him, right? Yun Tianhe found a reason to comfort himself. He took advantage of the dead of the night to sneak into the Yun sect's backyard because the 3 of them were here. Yun Tianhe was a little nervous. This old bag of bones was almost 100 years old. He had been honest his entire life, but he had never done anything like this before. I'm not practicing anymore. I'm not practicing anymore. You demon. This is simply torturing people. I will go back and tell the old master. Yun Tianhe had just arrived in front of a courtyard when a pitiful cry came from inside. Yun Tianhe trembled. Wasn't this his grandson Yun Xiao? Why was he crying out so miserably? Yun Tianhe quietly climbed onto the wall. A 2-3 meter wide source energy array was placed in the center of the courtyard. Yun Xiao was wearing a pair of shorts as he stood in the center of the array. His arms, thighs, chest, and back were all covered in talismans that reacted with the source energy array on the ground, creating a kind of power that was suppressing him. I can't take it anymore. Yun Xiao's eyes turned white and he fell to the ground. Chu Tian was sitting in a chair with a pot of hot tea in his left hand and a scroll of Central State Academy's teaching materials in his right. He turned a deaf ear to Yun Xiao's pitiful cry. When he saw Yun Xiao and Yun Mi fall, his two sword-like eyebrows knit together and he immediately formed a seal. The talismans on Yun Xiao's body lit up and a kind of red electric energy covered Yun Xiao's body, instantly awakening him. It hurts. Stop. Quickly stop. Yun Xiao stood up like a carp. Don't play dead for father. I have a way to deal with you. Didn't Chu Tian's voice sound like that of that young man? Practice another 2,000 times. If you don't master these 3 moves today, don't even think about eating. Do you hear me? Also, I've written a few scrolls. You have to memorize them word for word, otherwise, don't sleep. Demon. What a devil. Yun Xiao's pitiful cry echoed in the courtyard. This was too terrifying. It was like some kind of cruel human experiment. Yun Tianhe couldn't help but worry when he saw this. Even if Yun Xiao was a good-for-nothing, the Yun family only had a single adult male. If something happened to him, it would be a big problem. Yun Tianhe was hesitating on whether or not to ask. Whoosh! A fruit pit flew out and smashed into his forehead. Yun Tianhe was shocked. Could it be that he had been discovered? That was impossible. He was an expert close to the true soul realm. At this time, a furry snow-white little fox was sitting on the wall next to him with its legs crossed, holding a few red fruits in its arms, staring at him with a pair of bright and cunning eyes. This is bad. Yun Tianhe quickly made a shushing gesture at the little fox. He secretly cursed in his heart, isn't this little fox too mysterious? When did it appear next to him? Even when it was this close, Yun Tianhe did not feel it at all. This won't do. He couldn't be exposed. Yun Tianhe was already so old, climbing a wall to peep was not something he could afford to lose face for. The little fox narrowed its eyes and nodded, showing that it understood Yun Tianhe's meaning. Yun Tianhe let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the little fox pointed a claw at its mouth and stretched out the other claw. It's not impossible for you to make this fox shut up, but you'll have to pay me to keep my mouth shut. What pet? This was too exquisite. Yun Tianhe took out a gem the size of a pigeon egg. The little fox's eyes lit up as it snatched it over. It first sniffed it and then swallowed it. Zhi. The little fox gave a thumbs up to show its satisfaction. This gem was actually a level 3 demon beast's beast core. The energy contained within was something even an awakened soul cultivator would find hard to endure. This palm-sized little fellow had swallowed it in a single bite. The little fox patted its round belly and then pointed at its mouth. Then it stretched out a claw, indicating that it wasn't full yet. Give me another one. Yun Tianhe almost fainted. What did this fellow think a level 3 beast core was? A candy. Grandfather, what are you doing up there? Yun Yarrow walked out from the small courtyard. Lu Ren knows you're here, so he told me to explain a few things to you. The little fox had a look of misfortune on its face. It gently jumped up and turned into a grey fog, instantly disappearing. Yun Tianhe was stunned. Had he been tricked by this sly little fox? It's not convenient to talk here, let's go somewhere else. Yun Yarrow brought him to the Yun sect's practice field. Without waiting for Yun Tianhe to open his mouth, she snappily said, Grandfather, you're already so old, yet you're climbing a wall to peep. Don't you feel ashamed? Relax, Lu Ren is currently giving Yun Xiao special training. He knows what he's doing, so he won't die. Special training? Lu Ren has changed the Yun family's 13 Thunderblades into the 3 Thunderblades, forcing Yun Xiao to learn it in 2 days. Yun Tianhe was shocked hearing this. The 13 Thunderblades has been changed into the 3 Thunderblades. Can this be done? I thought it was inconceivable at first, but he really did it. I'll show it to you once and you'll know what's going on. Yun Yarrow did not have a saber saw spirit, so it was hard for her to display the essence of the saber art. Adding in the fact that she did not have a saber foundation, she could only show him the general idea. Yun Tianhe was a martial arts master of his generation. How could he not see through it? His breath almost flew out. How was this changing the saber art? This was simply a rebirth. The aura accumulated from the 13 blades had now been completed in 3 short slashes. Not only did its might not decrease, it was actually several times stronger than before. This martial art had been changed by this young man. From a normal high-level martial art, it had instantly turned into a peak-level martial art of southern Xia. Yun Yarrow put away her saber. Yun Xiao has the foundation of the 13 Thunderblades, so his progress in the 3 Thunderblades is very fast. Of course, it was all because of Lu Ren's methods. This time Yun Xiao was completely controlled by him. He hasn't slept in 2 days, so he can't escape his control at all. Good. 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 Good job. Good job. Yun Tianha's old chest was filled with joy as he stroked his beard with a laugh. These 3 blades are enough to become the Yun family's secret technique. Our Yun family's cultivation technique has been changed, and now even our martial arts have been changed. This brat coming to our Yun sect for a while, the Yun family is truly blessed. Yun Yarrow let out a sigh and said, but Yun Xiao has been tortured very miserably. I'm afraid that even his intestines have turned green from regret. But Chu Tian's training methods are too ruthless, even I am frightened. He doesn't treat people as people at all. Humph. He doesn't know how lucky he is. Yun Tianhe angrily shook his beard. If this old man was 60 or 70 years younger, I would want to replace that bastard Yun Xiao. This young man can't even suffer like this. How can we hope for him to achieve anything great? Yun Tianhe's words were filled with righteous indignation. He had completely forgotten who it was that was worried about tossing and turning, coming over to peep at him. Yun Tianhe solemnly warned, you have to follow this Mr. closely. Even if you can learn a little from him, it would still be a blessing that you've accumulated over several lifetimes. Do you understand? That's right. Ask around and see if he's still single. You're not young anymore. Grandfather. Yun Yarrow's face turned red. Saying this makes you shy. All right, I don't care about young people's matters. Yun Tianhe happily stroked his beard. If there's a situation, report to me at any time. Help him supervise that little brat Yun Xiao. This is a large matter that concerns the entire family. There can't be any mistakes. Do you understand? Yun Yarrow snappily said, I understand. Please don't worry about it. Yun Tianhe's mood was very good. After laughing a few times, he turned around and left. He hadn't been this happy in at least 10 years. This almost 100-year-old man hummed a little tune the entire way as he went back to sleep with a satisfied look on his face. No matter what goal he had in training Yun Xiao, the Yun family had obtained benefits. Moreover, after being beaten by him, this grandson that gave him a headache, perhaps he could be reborn. This really was the Yun family's blessing. This really was Yun Tianhe's blessing. Yun Yarrow returned to the small courtyard. Yun Xiao was standing in the middle of the array with a face full of tears as he practiced his saber art. Did you see the old man? Quickly tell him the true face of this demon. He is a pervert and has a sadistic tendency. Quickly tell the old man to save me. Yun Yarrow shook her head. I can't help, you'll have to bear it yourself. Yun Xiao angrily shouted, old sister, you can't give up on me. The array was activated again. Yun Xiao once again gave a pitiful cry. Chu Tian was sitting under the moonlight with a normal oil lamp beside him. There was a little fox lying in his chest, with one hand holding a purple teapot and the other holding an ancient scroll. It was a normal-looking face, but it gave off an unfathomable feeling. That pair of clear and bright eyes revealed a glow of wisdom. Yun Yarrow had a feeling that this was an illusion. This person was not a youth at all, rather he was an old monster that had lived for over 100 years. She couldn't see through him. She couldn't see through him at all. The books in Chu Tian's hands were all sent by Central State Academy. He took a glance and flipped through each one, then he said with a snort of disdain, trash, simply trash. You can even use this to teach students. You really are misleading them. This fellow's tone was too big. There were weapon refining, symbol making, alchemy, cultivation techniques, and various other fields of textbooks here. Most of the textbooks were sent by large countries. Even if you are a rare genius with outstanding talent, you can't look down on Central State Academy's textbooks like this, right? Since it could become a textbook, then it must be an iron law of knowledge that was written by a famous master. Moreover, it had been refined for over 100 years, using up the blood and sweat of several generations. But then again, the worse Central State Academy's teaching is, the more of a market we have. Chu Tian stood up with a lazy stretch. I have absolute confidence that I will be able to make a large profit this time. Yun Yarrow still could not understand it. What was Chu Tian's method of making money? Chu Tian asked her, have you prepared the ingredients I wanted you to prepare? Yun Yarrow nodded. They've all been prepared and placed in the room. I'll use the medicine first. As for the money, I'll pay you back when I have money. Chu Tian walked through the courtyard. When he passed by Yun Xiao, he suddenly stopped and said with a fierce expression, can you be a bit more serious for father? Whether I can quickly save up a few million to buy the treasure-gathering pavilion's elemental source depends on you. If you make it so that father can't buy it, I'll break your legs. What? Tens of millions? Yun Yarrow knew that Chu Tian needed money right now, but this fellow was very arrogant and had a personality of wanting to save face. It was impossible for him to ask her grandfather for it. However, these tens of millions of gold coins was not a small number. Training Yun Xiao like this would allow him to earn money. Even if he brought Yun Xiao to perform on the streets, he would not be able to earn this amount. Chapter 136. Chu Tian began to refine the pill. The main ingredient for the pill was the jade spirit silkworm. The supplementary ingredients were all level 2 herbs or elixirs. Although they were not rare, there were quite a few of them. Moreover, level 2 materials could not compare to level 1 materials. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yun family had a lot of resources and could directly provide them, then Chu Tian would not have been able to gather all of them in a day or two. After around half an hour, a jade silkworm pill was refined. This level 2 low-level pill was suitable for first awakened soul layer cultivators and could increase their strength. It was what Chu Tian needed right now. Let's begin. Taking the pill and sitting down cross-legged. The jade silkworm pill's gentle and pure medicinal energy spread through his limbs and bones. The quality of this jade spirit silkworm was not bad, it had been refined for several hundred years. The jade spirit silkworm was a silkworm when it was alive, eating heaven and earth treasures. After it died, its essence was turned into a top-quality medicinal jade. Combined with several supplementary ingredients, the energy was quickly absorbed by his body. Chu Tian easily refined it into spirit energy. When the entire pill's medicinal energy was refined, his spirit energy had a significant increase. Who? Chu Tian suddenly opened his eyes and his eyes were as bright as a torch. He let out a long white breath that pierced through the window. Very good. The effect of this pill was even better than Chu Tian had expected. It allowed Chu Tian to go from a normal first awakened soul layer cultivator to a peak first awakened soul layer cultivator. The current Chu Tian's strength had increased by at least 30 to 40%. If it was said that defeating experts like Chu Tongwen or Chu Batian was a bit difficult, but now that he was facing a triple awakened soul expert, Chu Tian's confidence was much higher. Spirit energy was the foundation of cultivation. With an increase in spirit energy, naturally his strength would increase. This was the first time Chu Tian had increased his strength since he entered the awakened soul realm. With Chu Tian's current age, obtaining his current cultivation was rare in Central Continent City. However, Chu Tian was well aware of the difference between him and the Heavenly Sword young master Chu Xinghe. Even if they were at the same level, it would be difficult for them to compete with Chu Xinghe, not to mention that Chu Xinghe was the leader of the Central State's 4 young masters. The weakest of the 4 young masters was the Purple Lightning young master Yun Yarrow, but she was also in the 4th awakened soul layer. It could be imagined how strong Chu Xinghe's cultivation was. It was not something Chu Tian could deal with. He was not strong enough. It was far from enough. I have to work harder and become stronger. Yun Yarrow came to report, the young master of the Jing family, Jing Hao, is looking for you. Chu Tian was a bit surprised as he asked, alone? Yun Yarrow shook her head, he has a girl with him. That's good. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. Go, let them in. What kind of attitude did this guy have? You actually treat me as a messenger servant. What kind of arrogant person was Yun Yarrow? If it was anyone else that treated her like this, they would have died with a single palm, but she could not touch this person. She could only swallow her anger and leave the little courtyard. He said to let the two of you in. Yes, yes. Jing Hao and Tong Xiaoyu were so scared that their stomachs began to tremble. Who was this person? How could they not recognize her? The purple lightning young master Yun Yaro, one of the 4 young masters, the most dazzling genius of Central State. She was a pearl of the middle continent with peerless elegance and beauty. In front of Yun Yaro, the two of them couldn't even be considered a fart. Tong Xiaoyu could not understand what kind of tricks her big brother had used. Not only did he make a playboy like Jing Hao act like a grandson in front of him, he even made the noble and arrogant Yun Yaro swallow her anger and pass on a message for her big brother. The one who was most shocked was Jing Hao. Why would Chu Tian appear in the Yun family? He was very clear on this reason. Although Chu Tian had given the Yun sect some face and did not make this matter known to the entire city, he had still beaten up Jiang Qi and dragged him to the Yun sect's main courtyard to demand an explanation. This kind of crazy action, only Chu Tian could do it in this world. What Jing Hao never would have thought was that after Chu Tian entered the Yun sect, not only did nothing happen to him, he even sent out news that the Yun sect had kicked out Jiao Haoran, Li Tai, and Jiang Qi. These 3 were the disciples of the great scholar Jiyu Qianqiu. Even if they did something wrong, the Yun sect would at least give Jiyu Qianqiu face. Now the Yun sect did not give them any face at all. Their firm attitude caused an uproar. Kicking out the 3 disciples of the great scholar, wasn't this making the great scholar lose face? To make Yun Tianhe do this kind of thing, it was actually just a little youth. Although Jing Hao did not know what the Yun sect's motive was, it was enough to know that everything was caused by this monstrous youth who was like a devil. For a person like Yun Tianhe, he had no choice but to give face to Chu Tian. Now that he had personally come to the Yun sect and seen the most important descendant of the Yun sect's 3rd generation, Yun Yaro, being casually ordered around by Chu Tian, even being used as a messenger, he was just this terrifying. He would never let people guess what he was, and he would never let people grasp him. Perhaps, being Chu Tian's henchman might not be a bad thing. The two of them trembled as they walked into the small courtyard. A strange person wearing shorts was standing in the middle of the source energy array. His body was covered in talismans and he was wildly chopping with a long saber in his hand, as if he was practicing a powerful saber art. Isn't this Yun Xiao? Among the rich young masters of Central State City, Jing Hao could be considered one of the top characters. If he had to be ranked, if Yun Xiao was number 2, no one would dare say they were number 1. What happened to him? This was just too terrifying. This was simply an inhumane punishment. Mother, I've already been like this for 2 days and 2 nights. Save me. Someone save me. Lu Ren, Big Brother Lu, Boss Lu, can't I call you father? Can I call you grandfather? I beg you to let me go. I really can't take it anymore. Yun Xiao's tears flowed down as he continued to swing the saber in his hand. The talismans on his body seemed like they were made for him. If his movements were the slightest bit off, they would immediately release their power to torture him. The source energy array on the ground was suppressing him, making him feel like he was under 10 times the gravity. Even swinging his saber became incomparably difficult. 2 days and 2 nights. Even an Iron Man would be crippled from training. Too cruel. This was simply inhumane. Have you seen enough? Yun Yaro was a little dissatisfied. If you like it, I'll go tell Lu Ren and let you experience it. Don't. Jing Hao wiped his sweat as he said, we came to find Chu, no. Lu Ren for an important matter. Tong Xiaoyu's little face turned pale. Central State City's number 1 playboy had been tortured by her big brother. Yun Yaro was Yun Xiao's older sister, but not only did she not stop him, she even turned a blind eye to it. She really did not know how he did it. Chu Tian sat in the room with the little fox that was napping in his arms. That ordinary appearance, that not tall figure, but it gave people a strong sense of oppression. Jing Hao did not dare look at him as he quickly cupped his hands and bowed. I came to report to you about the situation. The materials have been prepared and the production line has been cleared. Everything is going according to plan. Chu Tian gave a slight nod. Has the machine I wanted been designed? Tong Xiaoyu quickly handed over the 2 blueprints, The blueprints that Big Brother gave Xiao Yu has already completed it. I ask Big Brother to take a look. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Yu, you really are a genius in mechanical techniques. I'm lacking a talent like you by my side. You'll have a bright future if you follow me. Chu Tian carefully looked over the blueprints a few times before handing them over to Jinghao. Go and make the parts according to the blueprints. I want to see the finished product in 2 days. Do you understand? How could Jinghao dare to say no? Chu Tian then said, you'll be responsible for the design and production. There will be quite a few benefits. After we make money, you too will take 10% of the profit. Jinghao flattered him and said, the money is not important. To be able to help the young master is my honor. This fellow probably did not know what 10% meant. You really know how to talk. But I won't mistreat the people by my side. As long as you work for me, we'll all earn money together. When Chu Tian said this, he suddenly paused and emphasized, you also need to work hard on the magnetic sound towers. Yes. You two can go back first. My identity is very sensitive and people will find out sooner or later. It's best if you don't come in contact with me and avoid attracting other people's attention. The two of them left the Yun sect's little courtyard. At this time, the sky was already bright. Chu Tian was finally merciful. He removed the restriction on Yun Xiao's body and let him rest for a bit. He took out a jade bottle from his chest and gave it to Yun Yarrow. Apply this medicine to Yun Xiao's body. It will remove the side effects of high-intensity cultivation and let him rest for 2 hours. Chu Tian's training method was very harsh. Although the effects were very quick, the side effects were very big. If he could not fix it, it could cause a hidden injury that would affect his future cultivation. Boss, can you not train anymore? I can't feel my body anymore. If you keep training like this, you'll most likely be crippled. Even if you don't become crippled, you'll never be able to get up again. Yun Xiao laid on the stretcher and his muscles kept twitching. Yun Yarrow helped him apply the medicine and it was very strange. Once the medicine Chu Tian had refined was applied, his muscles immediately stopped twitching. No need to worry, your blade art is pretty much done. You just need to receive some other training before you can come out. Yun Xiao wanted to cry but no tears came out. These 2 days were the darkest days of his life. The 3 Thunderblades was an improved version of the Yun family's 13 Thunderblades. Yun Xiao already had the foundation of the 13 Thunderblades and now that he had gone through 2 days and 2 nights of special training, the 3 Thunderblades had already reached a certain level. Chu Tian disdainfully said, if you can't even endure this bit of suffering, how can you do anything big? Let me ask you, what is your position in Central State Academy? Yun Xiao was an inner courtyard student of Central State Academy. You don't even need to say that. I, Yun Xiao, can be ranked in the top 30 of the Vermilion Bird branch. You still have the nerve to say that. How many resources has the family invested in you? Yun Yarrow directly slapped him to the ground. When I was in Zhongju Academy, I was always number 1 in the school district. The other 3 great academies were Chu Xinghe, Luo Xianglong, and Yi Tianlang. The Yun family's core disciples were always ranked in the top 10. You are the first. Grandfather is the dean, but you've lost all of my face. Ayo. Old sister. Be a bit gentler, how can I compare to you? Don't underestimate this short 2 days of special training. Chu Tian gave a laugh. I guarantee that you will be able to enter the top 5 without a problem. Yun Xiao revealed a look of surprise. Really? That's impossible. With me here, there is nothing that is impossible. Chu Tian disdainfully said, I've guided you for 2 days and you can't even enter the top 5. You might as well cut your own throat. But just entering the top 5 is too boring. I will give you some other guidance. Don't you like to be in the limelight? With my help this time, I'll bring you to cause trouble in Central State Academy. How about causing a sensation? Cause trouble in Central State Academy? I like this. Yun Xiao's eyes lit up. This was 2F** King Great. He had suffered quite a bit these past 2 days, so he could finally have a decent return. Actually, even Yun Xiao did not know how much he had improved in these 2 days of special training. He also did not know how important these 2 days of special training were to him. But he did not know why, when this mysterious youth said he could do it, He had a feeling that he could really do it. Good. Since it was like this, he would endure it for another day. Then he would endure for a day and a half. In order to be in the limelight, in order to attract the gazes of countless junior sisters, Yun Xiao would give his life to Chu Tian. Chapter 137. Within the boundaries of Central State, from the main cities to the small villages, everyone's goal was to enter Central State Academy. The entire Central State population was around 70 to 80 million, but the academy only had around 30,000 students. There were two kinds of people that could enter Central State Academy: they had money, they had potential, or they had both. In short, as the largest school in Central State, it had a high social status and influence. The 30,000 students were divided into the Azure Dragon Courtyard, the White Tiger Courtyard, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, and the Black Tortoise Courtyard, a total of 4 courtyards. On one hand, it was to better distribute resources, and on the other hand, it was to encourage internal competition. The courtyards had rankings. The courtyards had rankings of students. The higher the ranking, the more resources they had. The higher an individual's ranking, the more resources they would receive. This kind of ranking system was directly linked to benefits. It greatly increased the competitive spirit of the students, allowing the Central State Academy to maintain a strong competitive edge. The 4 young masters of Central State first came from Central State Academy. Chu Xinghe, Luo Xianglong, Yi Tianlang, and Yun Yaro were all at the top of their courtyards. Their light shined brightly and shined brightly. They were the leaders of their respective courtyards and led their courtyards to compete. They were all super geniuses. Now in the 4 great courtyards, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was ranked last. Because they were weak all year round, their scale had gradually shrunk. Currently, they occupied 3,000 acres of land with 16 training grounds. There were 500 inner courtyard students and 5,000 to 6,000 outer courtyard students. Because there had not been a strong leader in a long time, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was the most lifeless of the 4 great courtyards. Early in the morning, there was a large piece of news that caused a stir in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Everyone, come quickly. Yun Xiao wants to challenge the 36 Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Yun Xiao was wearing a gorgeous white robe inlaid with gold. He held a sheathed saber in his left hand and a beautiful white jade fan in his right. He had 4 or 5 lackeys, with one holding a giant dog, one holding a birdcage, and one holding a bottle of wine. There were also several beautiful maids as they swaggered through the school grounds. This lineup was extremely gaudy. It was as if they wished they could carve the words "I'm a playboy" on their faces. Chu Tian mixed in with them. His appearance was very ordinary and his clothes were very ordinary, so he did not attract any attention. Dong, dong, dong. Yun Xiao rang a giant copper bell. Every student knew what this bronze bell meant. Once the bell was rung, it meant that someone was going to challenge the 36 stars of the Vermilion Bird. What were the Vermilion Bird 36 stars? The top 36 students on the Vermilion Bird ranking were allowed to have their own small courtyard in the academy and enjoy many privileges and resources. These 36 students were all top talents of Central State Academy. You want to go up? It was simple. Fight. Defeat one and replace him. Yun Xiao loudly rang the bell and raised his head as he loudly shouted, "Everyone, everyone! Today is a sunny day with no clouds in sight. It is the day that I, young Master Yun Xiao, will ascend to the top of the Vermilion Bird ranking. Everyone can come and take a look if they have nothing to do." Yun Xiao was too arrogant. He was only ranked 26th on the Vermilion Bird rankings. Those who were originally ranked higher had been repeatedly challenged not long ago and were beaten to the point of fleeing like rats. It had only been a few days, and he wanted to challenge the first place. Wasn't that a huge joke? Yun Xiao saw the crowd being attracted over. His heart was filled with excitement. Damn it. He had suffered for the past 3 days and now he was finally getting some returns. Yun Xiao threw his jade fan to a lackey beside him. He shook his gold-embroidered robe and walked in front of the 36 courtyards, gently snapping his fingers. A lackey quickly came forward and shouted out in a broken voice, "Vermilion Bird ranking 26th young master Yun Xiao has come to challenge me. Vermilion Bird ranking 25th rank Zhao Kuan, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Yun Xiao revealed a smile. Let's have a few dishes to warm up first. It's still early anyways. Everyone was speechless. With Yun Xiao's name, how many people in Central State City did not know of him? In this row of silent courtyards, in the 25th room, there was a young man sitting cross-legged. This person was not tall and was very skinny, but he was like a leopard. He was filled with a fierce aura and there were several old and new scars on his face. It was clear that he was a fierce person who often fought. Challenger. Forget about the others. This fellow was a complete idiot from the Yun family's elixirs. He ate, drank, and gambled all day. He could be called the most famous playboy young master in Central State. This idiot was able to hold on to his vermilion bird ranking position because his family was too famous. The people behind him were afraid of offending the Yun family, so they did not dare to challenge him. When Zhao Kuan fought him, he did not even last 10 rounds before falling to the ground. Was the humiliation last time not enough? Did he want to humiliate himself this time? All right. Central State Academy encouraged competition. Every month, inner courtyard students would have a chance to challenge the Vermilion Bird 36 courtyards. As long as they did not lose, they could continue fighting. The one being challenged could not refuse, otherwise they would lose. Zhao Kuan held his long sword and jumped out of the window like a leopard. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at him. I, Vermilion Bird ranking 25th rank Zhao Kuan, I accept your challenge. Zhao Kuan, a young cultivator from a poor family. His father was a blacksmith and his mother was a tailor. He was born in a small town in Central State City. His family had gone bankrupt in order to send him to learn martial arts. Zhao Kuan used his hard work and left the small town at the age of 11. He passed the Central State Academy's entrance exam and became an outer courtyard student of Central State Academy. Every year he received a scholarship to pay for his tuition. After 7 years of hard work, Zhao Kuan had obtained excellent results in the Central State Academy's competitions. He had also risked his life several times to participate in the Army's beast and bandit extermination activities. He had made quite a bit of contributions and had several fortuitous encounters to increase his cultivation base. Finally he had overcome all the obstacles and entered the inner courtyard, obtaining cultivation. At the age of 19, Zhao Kuan had reached the first awakened soul layer. This was a very legendary and inspiring person. The top 20 to 30 disciples of the Vermilion Bird Dojo were mostly disciples from influential families. There were not many people like Zhao Kuan who came from a poor family, which was enough to make Zhao Kuan proud. Yun Xiao. When Zhao Kuan looked at this rich fellow, his eyes revealed a look of deep disdain and disdain. Whether it was jealousy or disdain, this kind of second generation that was born with a golden spoon but did not cherish it was the kind of person that Zhao Kuan looked down on the most. Although Zhao Kuan had broken through not long ago, against Yun Xiao who relied on elixirs to build up his strength, he had a 90% chance of winning. Brother Zhao. Properly teach him a lesson. Let this brat know how strong you are. Countless people began to loudly shout out. Zhao Kuan was born at the bottom, but among these people, there were many disciples from influential families. He enjoyed this feeling and his vanity was satisfied. Respect and honor, all of this was obtained by me. I am more qualified to enjoy this kind of treatment than this second generation. Zhao Kuan gave a cold snort and his eyes were filled with disdain. Young Master Yun, you are not my opponent at all. I advise you not to waste your time. You have to know that the academy has its rules. Here, strength speaks. No matter how noble your identity is, I will not be lenient. Yun Xiao gave a laugh and suddenly pulled out his saber. This young master has already been reborn. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my strength. If you can block 3 of my sabers, I'll consider it my loss today. 3 slashes to defeat Zhao Kuan? This was truly a joke. Then let's see how much progress you've made. Zhao Kuan knew that Yun Xiao practiced the Yun family's 13 thunder blades. Once this saber art was used, the longer it went, the stronger it became. If he used 7 slashes, Zhao Kuan would be under a lot of pressure. There was only one way. Quickly. Finish the battle as fast as possible, not giving him a chance to gather his strength. Zhao Kuan directly used his best martial art wind-chasing sword art. This sword art was one of the high-level martial arts of Central State Academy. Zhao Kuan had paid a large price to exchange for it, and he had already cultivated it to the small success realm. Once he used it, he moved as fast as lightning and subdued his opponent in the blink of an eye. Ha, 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 ha. Watch me. Yun Xiao took 2 steps forward and slashed out with his saber, releasing a majestic aura. It was like 10,000 horses galloping, mightily charging at his opponent. What? Zhao Kuan felt an overwhelming pressure coming at him. This slash seemed like it had been practiced thousands of times. It was like a slash from a top master, just the aura alone was enough to shock his opponent. This is impossible. How could this playboy's saber arts advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time? Zhao Kuan did not have time to think, he could only use all his strength to block it. When the saber and sword collided, a strong electric light exploded out, instantly covering Zhao Kuan's body. A terrifying explosion was released, even creating a small hole in the ground. Zhao Kuan gave a pitiful cry. He flew out like a piece of paper. Peng! When Zhao Kuan fell to the ground, his body was still filled with electricity. He twitched and trembled, not even able to stand up. His hair stood up, his face was burnt, and he was almost burnt to a crisp by the electricity. How could you be this strong? Zhao Kuan revealed a look of disbelief. This is impossible. How could I lose to this waste? What is wrong with this idiot? He can't be this strong. Yun Xiao patted the dust off his gold-embroidered robe and the saber in his hand danced a few times. Then he casually sheathed his saber. I'm really sorry, I accidentally used too much force. This brat had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. That saber art looked like it had been practiced thousands of times. It was not something that could be practiced in a day. Zhao Kuan's face turned red. The playboy young master that he looked down on the most had defeated him in a single slash in front of everyone. This was simply too shameful. When Chu Tian saw this, he gave 2 soft coughs. Yun Xiao quickly stopped acting cool. He cleared his throat and walked in front of Zhao Kuan. Brother Zhao, your wind-chasing sword art has reached the small success realm, but it's too focused on speed, it's not good. Zhao Kuan gave a cold snort. A loss is a loss, but don't think about humiliating me. The Vermilion Bird Rankings 25th place is yours, but I will take it back sooner or later. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, the essence of the wind-chasing sword art is not speed, but rather its nimbleness and versatility. It is unrestrained, like the wind, making it hard for people to catch it. Then with a quick attack, you can easily defeat your enemy. Brother Zhao's wind-chasing sword art is too focused on patterns. It is too rigid and lacks nimbleness. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Although he was not convinced, Zhao Kuan had to admit that Yun Xiao's words were true. He never would have thought that he would have this kind of understanding of martial arts. I suggest that Brother Zhao learn a few more basic sword arts to enrich his sword skills. When Yun Xiao said this, he suddenly paused. This little brother has seen the wind-chasing sword art before and has made some improvements to it. Now I'll tell Brother Zhao what I've changed, I hope it will be of help to you. Yun Xiao began to talk about the sword art. Zhao Kuan's eyes suddenly opened wide. Why did Yun Xiao seem like a different person? The areas that he pointed out were all weak points, but that was fine. The most unbelievable thing was, he actually suggested changing the sword art. The wind-chasing sword art was a famous sword art in Central State. There were so many experts that could not change it, so how could a trivial second generation do it? But after listening to Yun Xiao's words, he was shocked to find that what he said was very reasonable. Zhao Kuan could not help but admire him, even the surrounding students had a large harvest. Zhao Kuan had met many problems while cultivating, but after listening to this explanation, he felt as if he had been enlightened. It was like he had entered a whole new world. Young Master Yun, I'm convinced. Zhao Kuan completely knelt down. Everyone else looked at him with eyes of worship. What was called broad-mindedness? What was called being knowledgeable? What was called being an expert? In that instant, Yun Xiao felt all the pores on his body open up. It was like a golden ray of sunlight had broken through the thick dark clouds that had covered him for several hundred years, shining onto his body. There was only one feeling in his heart, joy. But when he looked up 45 degrees into the sky, his eyes began to fill with tears. Success, success. Boss really did not lie to him. The devil's training had not been in vain. Zhao Kuan quickly stood up and cupped his fists. Young Master Yun has hidden his strength. I, Zhao Kuan, am convinced. I apologize for my rudeness. From today onwards, this house will belong to you. Great. This was too damn great. Yun Xiao was so excited that he wanted to roar out. When this news was spread outside, it was unknown how many people's eyes would pop out and how many people in the Yun family would be stunned. When his grandfather found out about this, it was unknown how happy he would be. Chapter 138. As the Yun family's eldest grandson, he had a high status and a noble identity, so he never lacked people to flatter him. However, Zhao Kuan, who was filled with unruliness and was extremely powerful, bowing his head and admitting defeat, how could this feeling be the same? Even if Yun Xiao was cheap, he still had his own pride. He was the most playboy in Central State and he was often looked down upon by others. The Yun family had been ridiculed by countless people behind their backs, so of course he was not feeling good. Today he had turned things around and was proud of himself. Yun Xiao's excitement could not be described with word. At this moment, Zhao Kuan was full of admiration for Yun Xiao and the others had looks of worship on their faces. Yun Xiao felt like his heart was about to fly into the clouds. He was a very vain fellow that loved to show off, so this kind of treatment was even better than sleeping with a brothel hostess. How could they know? Yun Xiao did not understand a single word of what he had said to Zhao Kuan. It was all memorized by Chu Tian's cruel training. Ku, that's enough for you. Chu Tian could not stand this idiot. He was just a bit proud and forgot himself. He was just a pile of shit that couldn't climb up the wall. Yun Xiao was shocked and afraid of Chu Tian, so how could he dare go against his words? Yun Xiao quickly put away his expression and revealed the appearance of an expert. He nodded at Zhao Kuan, but he did not enter the room. Rather he walked forward with his head held high as he walked to the second courtyard. A lackey on the side shouted out, "The Vermilion Bird's 25th ranked Yun Xiao has come to challenge. I ask the Vermilion Bird's 24th ranked to accept my challenge." What? He still wanted to fight. Everyone was stunned. Yun Xiao wanted to keep challenging. In a normal situation, a student would act according to their strength. They would challenge whoever they felt they could reach that position. On one hand, it was easy to exhaust one's stamina and it would affect one's battle strength. On the other hand, wasn't he deliberately trying to embarrass others by defeating them? Yun Xiao actually wanted to fight them one by one. This was too wild. A person's spirit energy was limited, so how many could he fight? But there was no fear of things becoming bigger. While everyone was shocked, they were also filled with excitement. Why couldn't they see this before? This idiot second generation was a ruthless person. At this moment, a large man came out of the courtyard and his cold eyes swept over Yun Xiao. What happened? Zhao Kuan, how could you lose to this fellow? Boss guided you in your cultivation and helped you get into the top 30 of the Vermilion Bird rankings. I'm really disappointed in Boss's place. Wu Yong, don't speak so early. Zhao Kuan sighed. You'll know once you compete with him. Vermilion Bird ranking, 25th place, Wu Yong. He was born into a military family. Although the family was not large, it was still a local noble family. Therefore, he received a lot of resources from a young age. Wu Yong snorted coldly, then I'll let you have a taste of the power of the Devil Tiger technique. Without a second word. They immediately started fighting. Wu Yong's figure crouched down, and a brutal aura spread out. It was as if he had instantly turned into a giant multicolored tiger, and his murderous aura locked onto his target. There was going to be a good show to watch. This Devil Tiger skill was a close combat skill. It aimed to hit its target with a single strike, and its destructive power was extremely shocking. As Wu Yong's legs stomped on the ground and he sprinted, he spat out a tiger's roar from his mouth. Dense origin energy fused into the sound waves, and he shot towards the sky like a cannonball. Good timing. Yun Xiao gave a loud roar. That long blade released a lightning glow and a majestic aura. In an instant, it was like 10,000 bolts of lightning in a clear sky. The speed at which it gathered strength was hard to imagine, making it hard for people to block it. Break. The blade slashed out as fast as lightning, tearing through the tiger's roar. The wild lightning blade slashed towards Wu Yong. How can it be this strong? Wu Yong was shocked, but he did not have time to dodge. Yun Xiao's blade did not touch him, but the lightning glow was released, instantly breaking the devil tiger skill's protective spirit energy. The terrifying strength sent Wu Yong flying several meters away, and his body turned black. He ended up in the same state as Zhao Kuan. "Thank you for letting me win." Yun Xiao gently cupped his hands and put away the long blade. Another one slash to defeat the enemy. The blade's power was too strong. There was almost no accumulation process, directly sending it out like a thunderbolt. It really was worthy of being called the Three Thunder Blades. Yun Xiao pretended to have a profound expression as he said, "Brother Wu, your devil tiger skill has been trained to the small success realm, but it doesn't have any power. If you make this change, your power will increase by several times." Yun Xiao repeated the words that Chu Tian taught him. Wu Yong was completely stunned. Was this really Yun Xiao? This was simply a martial arts master of a generation. I'm convinced. Everyone went into an uproar. Defeating a person was easy, but it was hard to convince the other side. How could Wu Yong not be convinced? Not only did Yun Xiao defeat him with a single slash, he had also pointed out the weakness of his cultivation technique, allowing him to greatly benefit from it. How many people in Central State Academy could do this? If the previous time was a coincidence, then what was this? First he defeated Zhao Kuan, then he defeated Wu Yong. Yun Xiao's performance was like he had been reborn. Everyone began to doubt whether the person in front of them was the real Yun Xiao. Could he be a transformed demon? Yun Xiao's body was filled with energy and his expression became wild. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood as he continued to fight. The Vermilion Bird Dojo's 24th ranked Yun Xiao has come to challenge me. The Vermilion Bird Dojo's 23rd ranked Yun Xiao has come to challenge me. The Vermilion Bird Dojo's 22nd ranked Yun Xiao has come to challenge me. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. This fellow did not look like he had taken a stimulant, rather he looked like he had taken several kilograms of aphrodisiac. After fighting over 10 rounds, he still did not fall. Of course, this was also Chu Tian's doing. Chu Tian had already prepared pills that were made from yuan essence grass. It would allow Yun Xiao to quickly recover his spirit energy and ensure that his spirit energy was full. As he continued to fight, he was unobstructed. 3 slashes. Yun Xiao did not use more than 3 slashes. Each opponent was defeated in 3 slashes. Not only did Yun Xiao defeat them, he also gave them some pointers. This was not normal pointers, he was directly changing other people's cultivation technique. This caused everyone to burst out in wild cheers. This was simply too crazy. Challenging over 10 people in a row was a very abnormal matter, but he had changed over 10 different cultivation technique. Of these people, some of them were cultivating the Academy's cultivation techniques and some of them had brought their own skills into the Academy. There were all sorts of different cultivation techniques, but there was one thing that was the same: they were all classic cultivation techniques that had been passed down for hundreds of years. If it was this easy to change, would it still be called a classic cultivation technique? Even if the Yun Sect's sect master, Central State Academy's vice principal, Yun Tianhe, personally came, it would still be hard to change one of them. But this idiot had done it. He was known as the most useless and useless direct descendant of the 4 great clans. Yun Xiao's name had spread throughout Central State City. The other campuses outside of the Vermilion Bird Academy all received this news. Have you heard? Yun Xiao has turned into a cultivation technique master and is wildly challenging people in the Vermilion Bird courtyard. That's impossible, right? It's not like everyone doesn't know what kind of trash that fellow is. I've also heard about it. This matter is completely true and it has already been spread. Everyone is running to the Vermilion Bird courtyard. As long as we can hear his evaluation, it will be worth several years of cultivation. Wait for me, I'm going too. Countless students swarmed over. The Vermilion Bird courtyard was completely surrounded. This lowest-ranked academy of the 4 great courtyards had not been this lively in a long time. Under everyone's gazes, Yun Xiao defeated several opponents in 3 slashes and gave a few cultivation technique modifications. It was true. Yun Xiao's cultivation was average, but he was a cultivation technique and martial arts master. God! He's still challenging people. How many is this already? I can't remember, but it should be around 20. I'm convinced. Yun Xiao's actions had never been heard of in the history of Central State Academy. After today's performance, Yun Xiao was destined to become famous in Central State Academy. The entire Central State Academy would have to re-evaluate Yun Xiao. Even the entire Yun family would have to be re-evaluated. Yun Yarrow had been silently paying attention to this. When she received the latest news from Yun Xiao, she immediately rushed home and told her grandfather the good news. Now that brat is in the limelight. Everyone is giving him a nickname, calling him a cultivation technique master, a crazy challenge demon. Yun Tianhe spat out a mouthful of tea. Cultivation technique master? Nonsense. Nonsense. Impossible. How could he not know his own grandson? With that kind of talent, how could he be a cultivation technique master? A brothel master, a playful master, or a meat and wine master? Yun Yarrow's face was filled with excitement as she said, "It's true, if you don't believe me, you can ask around." You don't even need to ask around, it will spread throughout the entire city tomorrow. This was the first time Yun Tianhe felt old. How could his brain be so slow? Then what about the crazy challenge demon title? Yun Yarrow gave a bitter smile and said, Yun Xiao's battle banner is challenging the Vermilion Bird School's rankings. From the latest news, he has already defeated 20 people and entered the top 10, continuing to challenge others. What? Yun Tianhe wished he could pinch himself. This couldn't be a dream, right? Yun Yarrow let out a sigh and said, Ari, I have no choice but to accept it. Lu Ren has only trained him for 3 days, but that brat's change. It really makes me feel terrified, it's simply inconceivable. 3 days. What could he do in 3 days? Yun Xiao had a lazy nature and liked to indulge in debauchery. The Yun family had used all sorts of methods, but they could not raise him up. If it wasn't for the fact that Yun Xiao was the eldest grandson, they would have already kicked him out. This half-crippled person, after receiving a short 3 days of special training, had actually been reborn. Yun Tianhe did not know if he should be happy or afraid. His grandson being reborn was a good thing, but that youth was too abnormal. This kind of talent was not something a small southern summer country should have. Who was he? Letting Yun Xiao show off on purpose is most likely to hide himself. He is this cautious, most likely because he has enemies. You should continue to follow them and prevent any accidents from happening. Yun Tianhe stood up and said to himself, a genius can't just appear out of nowhere, I have to investigate his true identity. Yun Tianhe had already given up on the idea of keeping Chu Tian. There were some people that the Yun family could not keep. This was an ancient genius with ambitions for the world, he could not stay in the Yun family for a long time. If he used forceful methods to keep him, it would only attract trouble. This kind of person being able to stay here was already a great fortune. Yun Tianhe did not dare ask for too much. If Yun Tianhe wanted to protect him, he would first have to know his identity, only then would he be able to defend against him. Chapter 139. Yun Xiao had caused a stir in Central State Academy. The students of the 3 great academies all came to the Vermilion Bird courtyard to watch. Young Master Yun is so handsome. I never thought he would be such a strong person. The eyes of the beautiful young girls sparkled as they looked at Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao's heart was filled with excitement. He wished he could turn into a wolf and howl into the sky. This brat was becoming more and more arrogant. Chu Tian almost couldn't hold back from kicking him. He really was a pile of shit that couldn't climb up the wall. He didn't even think about who taught him his saber techniques and didn't think about the cultivation techniques he had modified. Could he even understand them? He actually dared to be this arrogant, he really was a pig. Chu Tian's plan was actually very simple. He wanted to start a training class and Yun Xiao would be used to advertise. Thinking about it, even trash like Yun Xiao could become gold after a few days of training, so who couldn't succeed? Using Yun Xiao to advertise, The effect would be very good. Chu Tian wanted Yun Xiao to cause a stir, but he also tried to control it to a certain degree. This was because going too far was as bad as not doing enough, so he had to be careful. Chu Tian obtained the information of the top 25 vermilion bird courtyard, and based on their cultivation techniques, he made some targeted improvements. Of course, it was a very small improvement. It was not like the lightning blitz secret art. Even if it was like this, the final result was far beyond one's imagination. Chu Tian's small improvements, to others, were not the same. Every word that Yun Xiao said, every word that he said, benefited everyone greatly. It made the students feel intoxicated. In the end, there was a matter that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. When Yun Xiao challenged the second and third ranked students, they clearly had the strength to fight Yun Xiao. Who would have thought that before the third move, the two of them would admit defeat? It wasn't for anything else, it was just for Yun Xiao's guidance. It had to be known. The higher one's ranking, the more resources and honor they would receive. If any of the 4 great courtyards could enter the top 3, they would receive a shocking amount of resources every month. These people resolutely chose to give up. Just for guidance. Because compared to the 80,000 gold coins and elixirs every month, Yun Xiao's guidance was much more useful to them. Congratulations to young Master Yun for becoming the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's 2nd rank. Congratulations to young Master Yun for becoming the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's 2nd rank. The crowd cheered excitedly. Yun Xiao, who was surrounded by countless people, was dumbfounded. At this moment, it was like a dream, causing him to be slightly unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. What was going on? Did he accidentally become 2nd place? How inexplicable. The spoiled 2nd generation who spent every day eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling had actually advanced triumphantly all the way to number 2 in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, causing everyone to have a whole new level of respect for him. I, Yun Xiao, can also bring honor to my family. I, Yun Xiao, can also become an influential person in the academy. I, Yun Xiao, can use my strength to obtain everyone's respect. In the last 10 years of the Yun family, other than his older sister, Yun Yarrow, no one had surpassed him. The academy would be stirred, the Yun family would be stirred, Central State City would be stirred. They had struck it rich this time. The status of the Yun family and the academy had both risen. They had more and more money, privileges, and resources. The most important thing was that it was easier to pick up girls. With such a big halo above his head, those girls would be like moths flying into a flame, while Yun Xiao was drooling while daydreaming. Challenge number 1. Challenge number 1. Challenge number 1. Waves of tsunami-like shouts directly pulled Yun Xiao back to reality. Yun Xiao was filled with confidence as he heroically waved his hand. Ha, 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 everyone don't be anxious. I'll go take 1st place right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Xiao quickly pulled Chu Tian to the side. Big brother, you will be my big brother from now on. If you tell this little brother to go south, I will not go north. If you tell this little brother to climb a mountain of blades, this little brother will not go down. Please tell me how to fight the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's number 1. What should I tell him? Chu Tian helplessly rolled his eyes. Do you really think I'm a god? You only told me that the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's number 1 uses a fire-attributed cultivation technique, but you don't know anything about her cultivation technique or her fighting style. Do you want me to create something out of nothing? Yun Xiao's eyes went wide. Then what should I do? It didn't matter. Yun Xiao's ranking did not matter to him. It was already enough advertising. Damn. This old lady is going to die from anger. Who is causing trouble in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? An angry voice came from the distance. Strange. Why was this voice so familiar? When Chu Tian was feeling puzzled, a strong pressure covered the entire Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Everyone present felt their bodies heat up, as if they were standing next to a stove. She's here. There's a good show to watch. In the blue sky, there were no clouds in 10,000 miles. At this moment, the wind was howling and the sky was covered in a red glow. A fire phoenix appeared in the sky, like an ancient spiritual god descending to the earth. The might of a divine beast was released and the fiery energy burned the earth. It was like a cruel tyrant, plundering every drop of water from the earth. God! What kind of power was this? When did the Vermilion Bird Courtyard have this kind of expert? The students from the other 3 courtyards felt their hairs stand on end as they were suppressed to the point of not daring to breathe. This was asking for their lives. Yun Xiao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He had never seen such a strong source spirit before. When he faced the Fire Phoenix, not to mention issuing a challenge, he didn't even have the courage to fight. It had finally appeared, the strongest new student in the history of Central State Academy. When she first came to Central State Academy, she was only at the peak 9th body refinement layer, but she had entered the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's top 3. The next day, this heaven-defying monster had broken through to the awakened soul realm. She had defeated the first 2 in one move and became the Vermilion Bird first rank. The third day, this monster had reached the second awakened soul layer in one go. This kind of terrifying cultivation speed far surpassed the Central State 4 young masters. Although she was only at the second awakened soul layer, compared to the 4 young masters, this girl was not inferior at all. Her might was even slightly stronger than the other 3. Even compared to the heavenly sword young master Chu Xinghe, she was not inferior by much. After all, Chu Xinghe was not only the most talented person in the history of the Chu family, he had also obtained the inheritance of an ancient sword cultivation sect. His background was not something the other 3 young masters could compare to. In the middle of the blazing Fire Phoenix, there was a fiery hot girl standing in the air. Wearing a fiery red dress, her arms and legs were slender, her skin was as white as snow, and her red hair danced in the wind. That fiery aura made people unable to look at her. Nangong Yun. The Vermilion Bird Courtyard's first rank was Nangong Yun. I'm still wondering, this fellow seems to have disappeared. At this moment, Nangong Yun angrily landed on the ground, creating a red shockwave. The surrounding people were like dominoes, instantly falling down. There were even some people who suffered minor internal injuries. Damn! This girl is too violent. We are just innocent people. Young Master Yun, quickly go. Defeat her and take first place. Yun Xiao could not even stand straight. When he heard these words, large beads of sweat fell like rain. Do your eyes grow on your butts? What kind of fight is this? Do you want father to die? Where did this brat come from? Daring to hit this old lady's people, you're seeking death. Nangong Yun's mood was already very low. When she had brought over 1 million gold coins to Central State City, she wanted to do something big. She wanted to make a pleasant surprise and surprise Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu. Because of this, she could not wait to expand her plans. Was the situation in Central State as simple as South Sky City? Nangong Yun could do whatever she wanted in South Sky City mainly because her father was the mayor. However, what did she have in Central State City? Nangong Yun had made several moves, but she had spent quite a bit of money without any results. This made Nangong Yun suffer a huge blow. She was also a smart person. When she realized that she could not make waves in South Sky City, she could only take a step back and break through her cultivation realm. She would first gain a foothold in Central State Academy. Nangong Yun was a person who did not admit defeat. At least she could do something for miracle commerce, right? Because of this, Nangong Yun was like a dazzling meteor, rising at an unbelievable speed in Central State Academy. She obtained the Vermilion Bird Rankings first place and became a dark horse in Central State Academy. She followed Chu Tian's warning. Nangong Yun used the Vermilion Bird Courtyard as her foundation and began to gather reliable people. For example, Zhao Kuan and Wu Yong, they were all her people. Out of the 36 people on the Vermilion Bird ranking, there were 20 people who followed Nangong Yun. These were all talents. What did miracle commerce lack? Wasn't it just talents? Nangong Yun had gathered people with clean backgrounds in order to develop miracle commerce in the future. Who would have thought that even like this, Nangong Yun's days would not be good? The Chu, Yi, and Luo families had deep backgrounds in the students. When they found out that Nangong Yun was recruiting people, how could they just sit back and watch? Because of this, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was challenged every 2 or 3 days. The students that followed Nangong Yun were often poached, threatened, and even beaten for no reason. Quite a few people had left recently. The society that Nangong Yun had worked hard to create, in just a few days, a third of its members had disappeared. How could Nangong Yun not be angry? How could Nangong Yun not be filled with hate? She couldn't do big things and couldn't do small things well. The chairman had sent her to Central State to be the vanguard for miracle commerce, but who would have thought that it would be this difficult? Damn it. Someone had come to cause trouble again. The most hateful thing was that all of her subordinates had been taught a lesson. As a big sister, how could she endure this? Otherwise, where would her prestige go? If she didn't beat him into a meat patty today, this old lady would write her name backward. When Yun Xiao saw the fiendish Nangong Yun, his face turned green with fright. This was a witch that had recently risen up among the students. Although he had never seen her before, he had already heard of her fierce name. 10 days ago, there were people who provoked Nangong Yun. In a fit of anger, Nangong Yun fought against 6 of them and broke their arms. 6 days ago, Nangong Yun gathered 20 to 30 people and went to the Azure Dragon courtyard to fight, severely injuring more than 30 inner courtyard students from the Azure Dragon courtyard on the spot. More than 10 of them were experts on the Azure Dragon ranking, and at least half of them were personally dealt with by Nangong Yun. 3 days ago, Nangong Yun ran to the Central State Academy's Chu family's residential area by herself. She destroyed half of the building and heavily injured over 20 people. This was a witch with violent tendencies. Yun Xiao knew that this girl was very strong, but her series of victories had made her arrogant. So, she began to speak arrogantly and wanted to challenge the first-place disciple. If he knew that this witch was this strong, even if Yun Xiao had the guts, he wouldn't have dared to go up. Ku. This. Yun Xiao was trembling, but he forced out a smile and said, "This young master is tired today, let's fight another day." Nangong Yun did not care about that. She was already filled with rage. "You want to run? If you're a man, then eat 10 or 20 of my fists first." After saying this, she rolled up her sleeves and was about to step forward to beat him up. She did not care who Yun Xiao was. Since he didn't have eyes and offended her, she wouldn't be able to live up to his fierce name without breaking a few dozen bones. Nangong Yun was about to explode. When Yun Xiao was about to shout for help, suddenly, Nangong Yun stopped moving forward and her wild aura stopped. Her 2 eyes filled with flames suddenly fell onto the person beside Yun Xiao. This person was dressed very normally and had a very mediocre appearance. Standing in the crowd, it was hard to find him. You. Others could not recognize him. How could Nangong Yun not recognize him? When Chu Tian had changed his appearance for the first time, Nangong Yun had been shocked. Not to mention the Netherworld ancient sword and the little white fox, weren't these things only Chu Tian had? Why would this fellow appear in Central State Academy? That idiot was standing so close to him. Could he have brought him here? From the current situation, it seemed like Chu Tian did not know that she was the Vermilion Bird first ranker. This was truly a flood rushing into the Dragon King's temple, not recognizing one's family. Yun Xiao trembled in fear. I. What should I do? I've just become famous and my beautiful life has just begun. I don't want to be paralyzed by this witch. Quickly save me. This woman is very strong. Even if I personally make a move, I don't have a high chance of winning against her. Chu Tian gently spread out his hand. You've offended her, so don't even think about leaving. But relax, according to my understanding, she is very quick with her attacks, so you won't suffer too much. Just close your eyes and endure it for a bit. Even if you're paralyzed, as long as you're alive, I'll think of a way to cure you. Boss. Yun Xiao's face turned green. You can't be like this.